During the turbulent Sengoku period, Uesugi Kenshin, who was born in 1530 in Echigo province, now known as Niigata Prefecture, became one of the most revered samurai warlords in Japan. Kenshin was revered for his unparalleled martial skill, strategic brilliance, and a dedication to honor and justice, and he was popularly known as the Dragon of Echigo, renowned for all these great qualities. He earned a storied place in the Japanese military history as a result of his legendary rivalry with one Takeda Shingen, which was marked by the epic battles of Kawanakajima. These battles showcased his tactical brilliance, but also his fierce determination, earning him a place in history not to be forgotten. But he was also a compassionate leader who sought to bring stability and prosperity to his domain. Outside of the battlefield, a devoted Buddhist, and frequently regarded as a great patron of the arts. The ideal of the noble warrior is exemplified by his adherence to the ethical codes of the samurai and his efforts to maintain peace in the midst of this widespread chaos. Not only does the legacy of Kenshin live on in historical accounts and folklore, but it also lives on as a symbol of integrity and valor. It motivates generations to honor the virtues of bravery, loyalty, and strategy in the face of overwhelming adversity. Hello, my friend. Welcome. We are back again for some Japanese history. Admittedly, a bit of a shorter video today, but it's quite interesting. Talk about Uesugi Kenshin. So if you like this kind of stuff, like and subscribe, and if you want more Japanese stuff, I do have them organized into playlists, so you can go take a look there. So let us now begin. Kenshin, who was born under the name Kagetora, was the third, or perhaps the fourth son of the renowned warrior Nagao Tamagake. His life story is indeed quite remarkable because it did not derive from the Uesugi clan, but rather from the Nagao clan. You see, his father's family were the retainers of the Yamanouchi branch of the Uesugi clan. His father had gained some renown with his military victories over his lords Uesugi Akisada, Uesugi Sadanori, and Uesugi Funayoshi. His father's family were thus associated with the Yamanouchi branch of the Uesugi clan. However, in later years, Tamikage found himself at odds with the Iko-iki of Hokuriku, who were located in the neighboring region. As the political power in the region began to shift in favor of the Iko-iki, primarily as a result of the sudden Honganji rise, the situation for Echigo quickly deteriorated. 1536 was the year that it reached its pinnacle. Kenshin's father assembled an army and marched west. On the other hand, when he arrived at Sendano in Echu in December of 1536, his forces were suddenly attacked by Enami Kazuyori. As a result of the conflict that ensued, Tamikage himself was killed, and his army was forced to flee. The repercussions were felt almost immediately back in Echigo, after a power struggle that resulted in the death of one of his brothers. Kageyasu Nagao Harukage, the eldest son of Tamikage, immediately made his bid for control of the Nagao clan. He was successful in his claim, and he became Nagao Harukage. After Kenshin was removed from the conflict, he was moved to the Rinsenji Temple, where he devoted his entire life, from the age of 7 to the age of 14, to learning Zen, martial arts, and other disciplines. But in a sudden and unexpected manner, Kenshin was contacted by Usami Sadamitsu and a number of other people who were acquainted with his late father when he was 14 years old. They strongly encouraged the young son to travel to Echigo and challenge the authority of his older brother. It would appear that Harukage had not been the most effective or inspiring leader possible, most likely as a result of his reportedly poor health and his inability to exert control and gain support from the influential Kokujin families, had resulted in a situation that was almost to the point of tearing the province completely apart. Kenshin was initially hesitant to take the field against his own brother, but he eventually came to the realization that it was essential for the survival of the Echigo. At least, this is how the story is told. A call to destiny that Kenshin would answer. He was able to successfully wrest control of the Nagao clan from Nagao Harukage in the year 1548. He was then given joint command of Tochio Castle when he was only 15 years old, and gained a reputation for himself by successfully defending the castle against the rebels who were plotting against the Uesugi clan. In order to hand over the leadership of the clan and the provincial government to his younger brother, Nagao Harukage resigned from his position as leader of both organizations, and after another 5 years, Harukage passed away in 1553. When Kenshin was 19 years old, he was promoted to the position of the head of the Nagao clan, and then he entered Kasugayama Castle. However, he did continue to serve as the retainer of the Uesugi clan. In the year 1551, Kenshin received a request to offer refuge in his castle to his nominal lord, Uesugi Norimasa. Norimasa had been compelled to flee the Kanto region as a result of the expansion into the Kanto region by the Lord Hojo Ujiyasu, who was a member of the Hojo clan. However, he was not in a position to take action against Hojo at the time, despite the fact that he agreed to provide the warlord with shelter, on certain conditions, of course. Among the conditions that were stipulated were Norimasa's decision to accept Kenshin as his heir, the title of Lord of Echigo, and the position of Kanto Kanrei as the deputy of the shogun. The name Uesugi was passed down from Uesugi Norimasa to Nagao Kagetora, a member of the Nagao clan. This resulted in Uesugi Masatora becoming the governor of Echigo, a position that allowed him to gain significant power. Between the years 1552 and 1553, the Uesugi began their war against the Hojo clan. There was still a significant portion of Echigo that was not under the control of this young warlord, despite the fact that his authority over the Nagao and Uesugi clans was now uncontested. In an instant, Kenshin embarked on a mission to establish his authority in the region. However, these endeavors were still in their infancy, when much more pressing concerns began to emerge. Ogasawara Nakatoki and Murakami Yoshikyo, two Shinano lords, both appeared before Kenshin in the year 1553. They had asked him for assistance in putting a stop to the advances of Takeda Shingen, a powerful and dangerous warlord. In the vicinity of the time that Kenshin was elevated to the position of Lord of Echigo, Shingen had achieved significant outcomes in Shinano province. Kenshin agreed to take the field on two fronts, against Hojo and Takeda, as the Takeda's conquests brought them remarkably close to the borders of Echigo. However, the conflicts between the three lords revealed that there were also various alliances and treaties between them. Things were complicated. After succeeding Yamanouchi Uesugi as the head of the Yamanouchi Uesugi family and assuming the position of Kanto Kandre in 1561, Masatora changed his name to Uesugi Terutora. Later on, he changed his name once more, and after he became a Buddhist monk, he finally changed his name to Kenshin. The events that transpired after the Kenshin Triple Alliance marked the beginning of a rivalry that would go on to become somewhat legendary in the annals of Japanese history and the Sengoku period. Both Uesugi Kenshin and Takeda Shingen were extremely cautious during the initial conflict. They only engaged in skirmishes that were borderline indecisive against one another. Pyrrhic victories, that kind of thing. Although there would be a total of 5 such engagements at the well-known site of Kawanakajima over the course of the years 1553, 55, 57, 61, and 64, it was only the 4th battle that would prove to be a serious all-out fight between the two. So, during the 4th Battle of Kawanakajima, which took place in 1561, Kenshin and Shingen engaged in the most significant conflict they would ever face. An ingenious strategy was utilized by Kenshin, which consisted of a special formation in which soldiers in the front would switch places with their comrades in the rear, so as those in the front line would not become exhausted or injured. As a result, the exhausted soldiers were able to take a break, while the other soldiers had not yet been involved in combat were able to continue to fight on the front lines. I'm sure this all sounds familiar. Well, the Romans had been doing this for long enough, but it was not quite caught on in other parts of the world. As a result of this strategy, Kenshin came very close to defeating Shingen. It was an extremely effective strategy. He was able to ride up to Shingen and slash at him with a sword during this battle too, which is considered to be one of the most famous instances of single combat in the history of the samurai, a duel to decide the fate of the country. This particular match took place in Koyogunkan. The blows were deflected away from Shingen by his iron war fan, also known as a tessen. And despite the best efforts of Kenshin, Shingen was unable to be eliminated before a Takeda retainer drove him away. After Shingen launched a counterattack, the Uesugi army withdrew from the encounter. There is still a lack of clarity regarding the outcome of the 4th Battle of Kawanakajima. It's generally considered to have been a draw, because there is a lot of disagreement among academics regarding who the actual winner was, assuming that it was even decisive enough to be declared a winner. Shingen also lost 2 of his most important generals during the battle, namely his advisor Yamamoto Kansuke and his younger brother Takeda Nobushige. It was considered to be the battle with the highest number of casualties during the Sengoku period, with an estimated 72% of Kenshin's army and 62% of Shingen's army being lost. But, as always, modern retrospective archaeology history tends to write a little bit more of a boring story. Estimates that are more conservative place that number of casualties somewhere around 20% for pretty much both sides, which is, well, somewhat normal. It's not so much of a bombastic estimate, isn't it? Either way, when Shingen joined forces with Hojo Ieyasu in 1563 to fight the Uesugi clan, they were successful in seizing Matsuyama Castle, which was located in Musashi province. In the year 1565, Shingen successfully captured both Kuragano Castle and Minowa Castle, both located in the province of Kozuke. In the year 1571, Kenshin launched an assault on Shingen's satellite, Ishikura Castle, located in the province of Kozuke. Subsequently, they once again confronted one another during the Battle of Tonegawa. In addition, following Shingen's broken relationship with the Hojo, there was an incident in which the Hojo clan decided to refrain from supplying salt to the province of Kai, which of course is an extremely important commodity. After learning about Shingen's predicament, Kenshin dispatched salt from his own province to Shingen in order to help him. Kenshin made a remark that they had performed a very mean act by the Hojo. Dishonorable, I suppose. Kenshin continued by saying, "I do not spar with salt. Rather, I fight with the sword." Now that is the samurai ethos. According to the records, Kenshin didn't just send salt. Rather, he allowed the merchants of Echigo to sell their salts in Takeda's territory. And this raises the question about the extent to which Kenshin's actions were motivated solely by consideration for others. Essentially, it was argued that Kenshin also saw the economic opportunity for merchants under his rule to prosper by going into Shingen's territories and selling the salt, which was desperately needed by the people of Kai due to the embargo. In response to Shingen's passing, Kenshin privately shed tears and expressed his sorrow, saying that he had lost his good rival. Of course, he did not want something like a salt shortage to weaken him. And when you basically base your life around fighting that one enemy, there's not much to do afterwards. It demonstrates this level of old-fashioned respect that Kenshin had for Shingen. In spite of the fact that this competition with Shingen was legendary, Kenshin was also engaged in a number of other endeavors during the period that encompassed those well-known battles between 53 and 64. In the year 1559, he embarked on a journey to Kyoto, accompanied by a group of 5,000 men, with the intention of paying homage and respect to the shogun. Of course, Kyoto used to be the old capital. His reputation was significantly enhanced as a result of this, and it contributed to his image as a warlord who was also a culturally savvy leader. It was in the same year that Uesugi Norimasa exerted additional pressure on him to regain control of the Kanto from the Hojo, and he was finally able to comply with this demand in the year 1560. In August of that same year, he established a small investigative council for any kind of unrest and brought southern Echigo under the control of a 5-man council for broad mobilization. In the fall of 1560, he continued through the summer of 1561, leading a campaign against Hojo Ieyasu. During this time, he was successful in capturing a number of castles from the clan, including Numata Castle and Umayabashi Castle. The campaign culminated in the first siege of Odawara Castle, which was located in Sagami province. He was successful in breaching the defenses and setting the whole town on fire, but the castle itself remained unconquerable. Kenshin, in the year of 1563, rescued his ally Ota Tsukemasa, who was being besieged by both Hojo Ieyasu and Takeda Shingen. In November of 1569, when Shingen was laying siege to Odawara Castle, Ieyasu made a request for assistance from Kenshin regarding the situation. It was in the year 1566, some 3 years later, when the Yura clan of Kozuke province switched their allegiance to the Hojo clan instead. In the latter part of the year 1574, Kenshin gave the order for the Satake clan to assault the Kanayama castle of the Yura clan. Kenshin himself took part in the siege, but the Kanayama castle was ultimately able to withstand the assault. Sano domain, located in the Kozuke province, was occupied by Kenshin in the year 1563. He laid siege to Karasawa Castle in order to defeat Sano Masatsune, and made significant inroads into the region, which resulted in a significant number of the lesser warlords being forced to submit to him. The year 1564 marked the point at which Kenshin gained control over both Echizen province and Kozuke province. The establishment of an alliance between Kenshin, Hojo Ieyasu, and Oda Nobunaga took place on the 12th of June of that same year. Later on, during the same month, Shingen requested that the shogun Yoshiaki Ashikaga and Nobunaga mediate a peace agreement with Kenshin. In response, Nobunaga requested that Kenshin request a peace agreement with Shingen during a meeting that was referred to as the Goetsu Peace Agreement. However, in March of the following year, Kenshin decided to break the negotiation with Shingen and instead affirm his alliance with the Hojo clan. In the meantime, Tokugawa Ieyasu, who at the time was an ally of the Hojo clan, was attempting to form an alliance with Kenshin by dispatching an envoy to the Uesugi clan. In response, Kenshin sent a reply to Sakai Tadatsugu, the senior vassal of the Tokugawa, as well as Matsudaira Masanori, a member of the Matsudaira clan and the son of Yoshinori, who lived from 1546 to 1582. In his response, he made it clear that he intended to reach a compromise with the other party. Beginning at this point, concrete alliance negotiations had begun to be initiated, and on the 8th of October, Ieyasu made a commitment to Kenshin while simultaneously severing his relationship with the entire Takeda clan. While Ieyasu was in the process of forming an alliance with Kenshin, he made a solemn vow to end his cooperation and relationship with Shingen. He also made it possible for the marriage proposal that was being entertained between Nobunaga and Shingen's relatives to be cancelled. The Echu province, located in the western regions, was another significant region that piqued the interest of Uesugi Kenshin. He would devote nearly half of his life to being involved in the political affairs of that province. The Jinbo and the Shinna, two clans that were bitterly at odds with one another, inhabited that land. At the beginning of the 1560s, Kenshin initially became involved in the conflict by acting as a kind of mediator between the rivals Shina Yasutane and Jinbo Nagamoto. However, he eventually took the side of the Shina clan and assumed control of the Jinbo. After numerous decades, Kenshin turned his back on the Shina, seizing their main castle in the year 1570, and arranging for Shina Yasutane to be murdered by one Kojima Motoshige some several years later. After capturing Toyama Castle and Matsukura Castle in the 1570s, he was able to establish his rule over Echigo, as well as his control over Kozuke Province, Echu Province, and a few neighboring provinces, as well as the entire Hokuriku seaboard. Additionally, Kenshin ultimately defeated Oda Nobunaga's forces in Echizen Province. In the year 1568, when Oda Nobunaga appointed Ashikaga Yoshiaki to the position of shogun, Kenshin showed his support and admiration for Nobunaga. An extended period of time passed, during which they maintained a positive relationship. However, in 1573, when Nobunaga expelled Yoshiaki, the relationship became more delicate. That's one word for it. While Yoshiaki was under the protection of the Mori clan, he started making frequent requests to Uesugi, Takeda, and Hojo, urging them to join forces and challenge the authority of Nobunaga. The alliance that Kenshin had with Nobunaga was severed. As a result of Yoshiaki's mediation, he was able to rectify his relationship with Genyo and establish a coalition and join the group of individuals who were more opposed to Nobunaga. Kenshin was quick to seize the opportunity that presented itself when the death of Hatakeyama Yoshitaka, the lord of the Noto province, caused confusion and conflict. He took the land from the clan that had been weakened and successfully besieged Nanao Castle, which put him in a position to threaten Nobunaga and his allies. In retaliation, Nobunaga gathered his own forces as well as those of the most capable generals, Shibata, Katsuie, and Maeda Toshie, in order to confront Kenshin at the Battle of Tedorigawa in 1577, which took place in the province of Kaga. Kenshin established his army, which consisted of 30,000 soldiers, at the castle of Matsuto, while Nobunaga's forces arrived with 50,000 soldiers of their own, led by a number of well-known and experienced generals. In spite of the fact that Nobunaga had a greater number of men, Kenshin was able to secure a decisive victory. He initially anticipated that Nobunaga would attempt to move by night over the river in preparation for an attack at dawn. As a result, he chose not to engage the Nobunaga army before that time, and after he pretended to send out a small unit to attack Nobunaga's main force from behind, which provided his adversary with a fantastic opportunity to crush his remaining force. Nobunaga took the bait. The force led by Nobunaga attacked during the night, anticipating that their adversary at the front would be weaker. However, the full might of Kenshin and his military force was waiting for them. Due to the fact that the Oda troops had suffered a loss of 1,000 men in combat and additional casualties as they attempted to cross the Todori River, Nobunaga issued an order of retreat into Omi province. On the other hand, Kenshin, who referred to the opponent's performance as surprisingly weak, was under the mistaken impression that he had triumphed completely over Nobunaga. But in reality, Shibata Katsuie was the one who led the Oda army. In the end, Kenshin was successful in getting the Noto province back from the Oda clan. During the month of October, in the year 1577, Kenshin prepared to launch a massive army in order to continue his assaults into Nobunaga's territory. He formed an alliance with Takeda Katsuyori in 1578 to fight against Nobunaga, but he was unable to complete the battle. Poor weather conditions, always. Unfortunately, he passed away in the spring of 1578, reportedly from throat cancer. Not a good way to go at all. He did leave a note on his deathbed, though, and it reads like this: "Even a lifelong prosperity is but one cup of sake. A life of 49 years is passed in a dream. I know not what life is, nor death. Year in, year out, all but a dream. Both heaven and hell are left behind. I stand in the moonlight dawn, free from clouds of attachment." You just imagine finding a note like that on somebody's deathbed, reading it and thinking, good Lord, what have we lost? Last words. Well, of course, questions have been raised, as they always do get raised over the years, regarding the exact circumstance around Kenshin's passing. The theory that is accepted by the majority records that his deterioration of health conditions, his complaints of a pain in the chest and like an iron ball, that kind of feeling that he had felt in his throat. And as Kenshin Gunki in 1582 records, on the 9th day of the 3rd month, he had a stomach ache. And, well, that can mean really anything, can't it? Unfortunately, this continued until the 13th day, which was the day that he passed away. We may well imagine that it was not a peaceful passing. It's also speculated that he was a victim of one of the most well-known ninja assassinations, which was carried out by a ninja who employed a short spear or sword and concealed themselves in the cesspool that was located beneath the latrine at Kenshin's camp. The hypotheses are not really incompatible with one another, at least. Well, the assassin, if he existed, might have merely inflicted fatal wounds on the man that was already in the process of passing away anyway. On the other hand, given that the death poem records a thought of his regarding his own demise, the likelihood of assassination occurring is a little bit reduced. Either way, I think that the cancer and all the stomach pains were doing most of the work for the assassin. Well, on the domestic front, Kenshin left behind a crisis regarding the succession. The only children that Kenshin ever had were 2 boys that he adopted during his lifetime. He never had any children of his own. Uesugi Kagekatsu, his nephew, was most likely adopted by Nagao Masakage, Kagekatsu's father, as well as other relatives and supporters, in order to deflect the animosity that was being directed toward him. Another adopted son, Uesugi Kagetora, who was originally the son of Hojo Ieyasu, was adopted in order to ensure the safety of the Echigo's international boundaries. While there are those who do believe that Kenshin made the decision to divide the estates between the two, there are also others who equally believe that Kagekatsu was supposed to be gradually established as the true heir. The claims made by both sons were reasonable. They both had external blood ties. It was an even playing field for the both of them. Kagetora was besieged at Otate in the year of 1578, and despite the fact that Hojo Ujimasa and Takeda Katsuyori were contacted for assistance, the former retreated from their position due to the fact that Kagekatsu wed Takeda's sister, he was eventually able to ensure that Takeda would actually succeed him. It was in 1579 when Kagetora took his own life, after escaping to a castle close to the border between Shinano and Echigo. As a consequence of the death, there were power struggles in the local community, leading to an almost decade-long period of chaotic infighting in Echigo between the years 1578 and 87. This conflict is typically classified as the Otate disturbance and the Shibata rebellion. So we have the Otate disturbance between 1578 and 1582, and then the rebellion from 82 to 87. Over the course of several years, supporters of the Kagetora continued to put up a fight in the north-central region of Echigo. Shibata Shigeya, who was vassal of Kagekatsu, led a rebellion in the north of Echigo in the year of 1582. This rebellion was most likely caused by the low rewards that he received for his support of Kagekatsu, feeling a little bit ripped off, I assume. But it was more strongly motivated by the fact that Kagekatsu had granted Takemoto Yoshitsune control over the toll barriers in the port of Niigata. Either way, it always comes down to money, doesn't it? Nevertheless, in the aftermath of the costly internal conflict, the Oda clan took advantage of the rebellions against Kagekatsu in order to advance all the way up the border of Echigo. They ended up capturing Noto and Kaga, while the Uesugi brothers were engaged in the conflict within their own clan. This, in conjunction with the annihilation of the Takeda clan, which was Uesugi's ally at the time, but had been Oda's adversary for a long time, would come dangerously close to annihilating the Uesugi clan before Oda Nobunaga's own death once again shattered the equilibrium of power in Japan. Of course, that is a story for another video, isn't it? Hattori Hanzo was born as the son of one Hattori Yasunaga, who was a low-ranking samurai serving the Matsudaira, later Tokugawa clan. Although he was born in the then Mikawa province, which is nowadays Igacho, Okazaki, and Aichi province, he frequently visited Iga province, the ancestral land of the Hattori clan. At the age of 15, he engaged in his inaugural military encounter, which involved a night attack as part of the Uto Castle siege in 1557. No easy feat, and a trial by fire, that's for sure, especially at 15 years old. Well, that was just the style of the time, I suppose. Well, Hanzo began serving Tokugawa Ieyasu in 1561. That was the days when Ieyasu was still known as Matsudaira Motoyasu, so still very early days in those times in the Ieyasu timeline. Hanzo played a significant role in Ieyasu's ascent to power by assisting the future shogun in overthrowing the Imagawa clan. And in 1562, the following year, Hanzo successfully rescued Tokugawa's wife and son, who had been held hostage by Imagawa Ujizane at Kaminogo Castle. Of course, this put him in very good favor with the new shogun. Now, in 1563, a significant event took place that involved Hanzo. The Iko-Iki followers had revolted in Mikawa and were engaged in combat against Ieyasu. Furthermore, a significant portion of the vassals belonging to the Tokugawa clan were adherents of the Iko sect. Honda Masanobu and the majority of his followers allied with the Ikoiki and initiated aggressive measures against Ieyasu. During that period, Hanzo, who was also, by the way, a member of the Ikoiki, chose to remain loyal to the Tokugawa clan, and he actively supported Ieyasu in his battle against the rebels. In 1569, Hanzo initiated a military campaign to besiege Kakegawa Castle in order to confront the Imagawa clan, and between 1570 and 73 he demonstrated exceptional performance in the battles of Anegawa and Mikatagahara, respectively, that being Anagawa in 1570 and Mikatagahara in 1573. Well, in 1575, he wedded the offspring of his comrade in arms, Nagasaka Nobumasa, who also held a position of military command. His son would be born approximately 1 year later. In 1579, Matsudaira Nobuyasu was accused of treason and conspiracy by Oda Nobunaga. As a result, his father, Ieyasu, ordered him to commit seppuku. Hanzo was summoned to oversee the ceremony, but he declined to carry out the act of killing his own lord. Upon learning of Hanzo's difficult experience, Ieyasu greatly appreciated his loyalty and remarked, "Even a malevolent being is capable of displaying emotions by shedding tears." In 1580, another altercation between Hanzo and the Hattori clan took place. At that time, a military leader from the Oda clan was residing in Hamamatsu Castle to prepare for supporting the Oda-Tokugawa alliance in their assault on Takatenjin Castle, which was at that time under the control of the Takeda clan's forces. Nevertheless, a conflict arose between the castle commander and a Tokugawa retainer, all over a very minor issue. Hanzo was attempting to be the mediator. Nevertheless, the retainers of the Ogaki clan, who were aligned with the castle commander, launched an attack on Hanzo. That's the problem when you stand in the middle of the road. You just get hit from both sides. Well, in response, the members of the Hattori clan were not going to stand back and do nothing. They fought back, and they fought back hard, and there was casualties on both sides. Due to this incident, the Ogaki clan insisted on holding Hanzo accountable and executing him. But his old friend Ieyasu successfully deceived the Oda clan by initially feigning the arrest of Hanzo. Subsequently, Ieyasu granted Hanzo the permission to liberate himself, his spouse, and his child from the confinement in Hamamatsu Castle. Of course, Ieyasu cunningly tricked the Ogaki clan by offering them a severed head which belonged to a completely different person, all while insisting that it was certainly the head of Hanzo. Well, you would assume that they knew what Hanzo looked like, and upon opening the little goodie bag with the head inside would realize, this isn't him. Perhaps they couldn't recognize him because he was always wearing his helmet in combat. I don't know. Now, in June 1582, following the Honnoji incident, Tokugawa Ieyasu fled from Sakai to return to Mikawa in order to evade capture by Akechi Mitsuhide and his soldiers. Ieyasu was accompanied by a mere 34 comrades. And of course, Hanzo was among them. The journey they embarked was exceptionally perilous, mainly because of the presence of the Ochimushagari, also known as the samurai hunting gangs. Well, Ieyasu and his entourage opted for the most direct path to return to the Mikawa province by traversing right through the Iga province. This route is described differently depending on what source you look at, such as the Tokugawa Nikki or the Mikawa Todai Hon records. Well, according to the Tokugawa Nikki theory, Ieyasu traveled along the roads to Shijonoate and Son-enji, and then followed the Kizu stream until they reached Yamaguchi Castle, where they spent the night. On the following day, they arrived at a fortified settlement of the Koka-iki clan of Tarao, who granted them refuge for the night. On the final day, Ieyasu's group utilized a vessel from the Shiroko to travel to Okazaki Castle. Modern historians question the validity of the Tokugawa Nikki theory, mainly because it was not the most direct of routes for Ieyasu to travel from Sakai to Mikawa. Additionally, this path was considered dangerous due to the hostile presence of the Ika-iki clans, who were certainly not friends of the Oda or the Tokugawa clan. Well, the other source we mentioned was the Mikawa Todai Hon records. Well, according to them, Ieyasu traveled north from Ogawadate, traversed Koka, and reached Seishu Seki via Shigaraki. He then proceeded through the Aburahi and arrived at Tsuge in Iga. This theory was advocated by contemporary Japanese historians from Mie University, who questioned the authenticity of the narrative concerning Hanzo's ninja aiding Ieyasu. Well, this skepticism arises from the fact that the story only emerges in the 18th century, some couple hundred years after the actual events, during the reign of Tokugawa Yoshimune, and that's certainly enough time for things to change. Several individuals purporting to be the descendants of the Koka-iki clans also endorsed this theory of their route. Well, prior to reaching Kada Pass, where they could receive assistance from the Koka clan Jizamurai, Ieyasu primarily relied on his esteemed vassals for protection, specifically the 4 Shitenno generals, rather than the commonly held belief regarding the aid of the Iga ninja clans. Although it certainly paints a nice little story, doesn't it? Sometimes history's a little more boring than we like it to be, I'm afraid. Well, don't let that ruin the fun, though. Irrespective of the veracity of any theory, though, historians do unanimously concur that the journey finished at Kada, that is the mountain pass situated between Kameyama town and Iga. The Tokugawa faction was subjected to a final assault by the Ochimushagari bandits at Kada Pass. Remember, those are those samurai hunters. What a difficult job. Well, that marked the boundary there at the Kada Pass of the Koka-iki clan's territory. So if they were gonna get them, that was the place. The Koka-iki clan were allies of the Tokugawa clan, and they were located in this area. The Koka-iki samurai aided Ieyasu in eradicating raiders and provided escort until they arrived in Iga province. There, they received additional protection from allied clans from Ika-iki, who accompanied Ieyasu's group until they reached the safety of Mikawa. In his book, History of Japan, the Portuguese missionary Louis Frois, sorry about the Portuguese pronunciation, documented that during their journey, Tokugawa retainers, including Sakai Tadatsugu, Lee Naomasa, Honda Tadakatsu, Sakibara Yasumasa, and others, fought against the Ochimushigari outlaws who were attacking them and generally causing them a great deal of trouble. They were escorting Ieyasu and had to resort to paying bribes of gold and silver to some of the outlaws they could negotiate with. In his journal, Ietada Nikki, Matsudaira Ietada documented that Ieyasu's escorts experienced approximately 200 casualties as a result of raids conducted by bandits and outlaws during their journey. As per the historical record of Iga's history book compiled in the Edo period, the ninja of the Iga clan, including Hanzo, participated in every battle involving the Tokugawa clan, without exception. These battles range from the Battle of Izu Nirayama in 1582 to the summer siege of Osaka in 1615. The Tensho Jingo War of late 1582 erupted between the Tokugawa, Uesugi, and Hojo clans. Hanzo, of course, threw his hat in with Tokugawa Ieyasu in the conflict, and strategically positioned his forces in different forts in the Kofu Basin. Meanwhile, another samurai, Ujinao, stationed his army in present-day Hokuto city area. Hanzo commanded the Iga clan soldiers to Katsuyama Castle, Misakuchi Castle, and Koto Hirayama Castle, all located in Kofu City. From these positions he oversaw the Nakamichi Road, which connected the regions of Kai and Suruga. Simultaneously, a military unit under the control of Hanzo from the Iga province, which was part of the Tokugawa army, launched an invasion into the Saku district. They received assistance from samurai warriors belonging to the Tsugane clan from Shinano, led by Obi Sukemitsu. Hanzo and Sukemitsu executed a nocturnal assault on Egusuku Castle in early September, effectively seizing control of it amidst a torrential downpour. Certainly makes things difficult when you're trying to walk uphill. He also stealthily captured the Sanagoya Castle in Izu province, of which he had a commendation from Ieyasu personally for this accomplishment. Thus Hanzo remained in the service of Ieyasu during the Battle of Komaki and Nagakute in 1584. In this battle, Hanzo personally led a group of 100 warriors from Iga and Koka as reinforcements from Matsugashima Castle, while commanding them to march to Ise. The defending forces utilized rifles, kind of new at the time, to protect the castle against the invading Toyotomi troops. In 1590, Hanzo took part in the Odawara campaign, leading a contingent of 50 members from Neguro Shu, a mercenary group known for their use of firearms, which originated in Ki province. Well, due to an undisclosed ailment, some 7 years later, on January 2nd, 1597, Hanzo passed away, but he left behind a legendary status as a samurai leader who led a formidable unit of 200 Iga warriors. His tales of exploits frequently ascribe him with a range of almost supernatural abilities, Some even claimed teleportation, psychokinesis, and even precognition. It's pretty handy to have him around, I'm sure. Well, following his demise in 1597, Hanzo was replaced by his son, who shared the same name, Hattori Mitsunari, albeit dispelled with different characters. He was bestowed with the title of Iwami no Kami, and his eager men were appointed as guards of Edo Castle, which served as a central administration center of a now unified Japan. The name Hanzo has been inherited by successive leaders of the Hattori family, indicating that both his father and his successor were also named Hanzo. Undoubtedly, throughout history, there were a minimum of 5 individuals who gained recognition under this very name, and even now, remnants of Hanzo's heritage endure. The Tokyo Imperial Palace, previously known as the Shogun's Palace, retains a gate known as Hanzo's Gate, called Hanzomon in Japanese, and also the Hanzomon subway line, which stretches from Hanzomon Station in central Tokyo to the southwestern suburbs, is named after this very gate, which was once the site of his residence. The area surrounding Hanzo's Gate is commonly referred to as Wakaba, although it was previously called Iga Town before 1943. Hanzo's remains are currently interred in the cemetery of Sainenji Temple, located in Yotsuya, Tokyo. In addition, the temple houses his preferred spear and ceremonial battle helmet. In fact, the spear is quite heavy. It weighs around 7.5 kilograms, and it's about 424 centimeters in length. It was bestowed upon him by Ieyasu himself, and later presented by Hanzo as a votive offering to the temple. Unfortunately, during the bombing of Tokyo in 1945, it sustained some damage. Not good. Well, while some of his remaining possessions are in decent condition, and by the way accessible for public viewing, the majority of his weapons, armor, and even his letters of commendation were destroyed in a fire that occurred not in 1945, but actually in 1606, all the way back in those times when those relics were housed at Edo Castle. A very unfortunate event that took place in his former living quarters, which were also affected by the removal of his son from military duty and that rather tumultuous siege of Osaka. Ishida Mitsunari was born in 1559 in the northern part of Omi province, which is currently known as Nakahama City in the Shiga prefecture, and it's quite a lovely little place. He was the second son of one Ishida Masatsugu, who served as a retainer for the Azai clan. His name, during his childhood, was Sakichi. The Ishida clan retired from military service following the Azai clan's defeat in 1573 during the siege of Odani Castle. Legend has it that he was a Buddhist monk in a temple before becoming a servant to Toyotomi Hideyoshi. However, the accuracy of this legend is a little bit questionable, as it only emerged during the later Edo period, so take that one with a little grain of salt. Now, Mitsunari encountered Toyotomi Hideyoshi in 1577, during Mitsunari's youth and Hideyoshi's tenure as the daimyo of Nakahama. Subsequently, Mitsunari assumed the role of a samurai officer under Hideyoshi's command. During Hideyoshi's military campaign in the Chugoku region, Mitsunari supported his lord by participating in attacks on castles such as Tottori and Takamatsu Castle, both which are located in the present-day Okayama. Mitsunari took part in the Battle of Shizukatake in 1583, and, as stated in the old sources, he was assigned the task of conducting espionage on Shibata Katsuie's army, and he also achieved a notable accomplishment in Ichiban Yari, which is basically being the first to thrust a spear at an enemy soldier while serving as a frontline warrior. That's right, achievement unlocked. Subsequently, he participated in the Battle of Komaki and the Battle of Nagakute in 1584, slowly building up that resume. And in that very year, he served as a kenchi. What is a kenchi? It's effectively a survey magistrate. He did this in the modern-day Omi province in Gamo County. In 1585, Mitsunari was designated as the administrator of Sakai, a position he assumed alongside his older brother Ishida Masazumi. He was designated as one of the 5 Bugyo, which were the highest-ranking officials in Hideyoshi's government. The other Bugyo were Asano Nagamusa, Maeda Genni, Mashita Nagamori, and Natsuka Masae. Hideyoshi appointed him as daimyo of Sawayama in Omi province, granting him a fief of 500,000 kodu, now part of Hikone. Well, Sawayama Castle was renowned for its exceptional fortifications for the time, really built up. Thick walls with lots of nice little holes to shoot people out of. A good place to be, if you're inside, but pretty impossible to get into. In January 1586, he recruited Shima Sakon, a renowned commander known for his wisdom and courage. In 1588, some 2 years later, Mitsunari was assigned the responsibility of overseeing the renowned sword hunt initiated by Hideyoshi. The purpose of this endeavor was to disarm the majority of the population who were not part of the military, with the aim of maintaining peace. In 1590, a military operation targeting the Hojo clan, he laid siege to Oshi and successfully seized Oshi Castle. In 1592, he actively took part in the Japanese invasions of Korea as one of the 3 bureaucrats alongside Nagamori and Nagamasa. But Mitsunari disobeyed Hideyoshi's command to execute 26 Christian missionaries in 1597, which certainly raised a few eyebrows. You don't just go disobeying commands like that, especially ones from Hideyoshi, the big boss. Well, within that same year, Mitsunari was purportedly engaged in efforts to bring an end to the conflict with Korea and China, which, well, it didn't really go very well. Anyway, Mitsunari held a prominent position among bureaucrats in Hideyoshi's government and was renowned for his resolute character. And despite pecking orders and all the rest, he was not going to be pushed around. Like I said, disobeying orders is a pretty gutsy move. But he also had numerous acquaintances, with two particularly noteworthy individuals being the renowned samurai Otani Yoshitsugu and also Shima Sakon. Nevertheless, Mitsunari had strained relationships with several daimyo who were renowned for their prowess in battle, such as Kuroda Nagamasa and Hachisuka Ieyasu, as well as Hideyoshi's nephew, Kobayakawa Hideaki. Now, Kobayakawa Hideaki harbored animosity towards Mitsunari due to the persistent rumors propagated by Tokugawa Ieyasu, alleging that Mitsunari himself was responsible for his uncle's refusal to grant him Chigoku as a consequence of Kobayakawa's reckless actions during the siege of Ulsan in Korea. While in the final stages of Taiko Hideyoshi's life, he commanded the execution of his successor Hidetsugu and Hidetsugu's family, thereby designating his new successor as the very young child Toyotomi Hideyoshi. Following Hideyoshi's demise, the disputes within the court escalated. The primary issue at the heart of the conflict revolved around the trustworthiness of Tokugawa as a loyal ally to the Toyotomi government. This government was headed by a young lord, with the actual decision-making power resting in the hands of a council of regents. Following the demise of the esteemed neutral Maeda Toshie in 1599, the conflict escalated into armed confrontation as Mitsunari assembled a coalition of Toyotomi loyalists to oppose Tokugawa Ieyasu. He garnered significant backing from Hideyoshi's three regents, Ukeda Hideya, Mori Terumoto, and Uesugi Kagekatsu, who hailed from the southern and western regions of Japan, along with the inclusion of the Uesugi clan in the northern region. Ieyasu garnered support primarily from central and eastern Japan, yet he exerted his influence and employed intimidation tactics on certain western lords as well. Mori Terumoto held the title of leader in the Western Alliance, but he remained firmly stationed in Osaka Castle, safe and sound, and the responsibility of leading the alliance in the field was assumed directly by Mitsunari. Thus, the campaign commenced in the mid-1600s. Mitsunari laid siege to Fushimi Castle prior to engaging in direct confrontation with Tokugawa's coalition at Sekigahara. That's the big one. During the Battle of Sekigahara on October 21st, several lords opted for a neutral stance, observing the conflict from a distance, unwilling to align themselves with a side that was destined to lose. But the Tokugawa forces achieved a decisive advantage in the battle through the treachery of one Kobayakawa Hideaki, which ultimately led to their victory. Well, it was their victory, but it was Mitsunari's loss, and following the loss at the Battle of Sekigahara, he attempted to flee, but he was apprehended, not by the military, but by angry local residents. That's one way to get captured. Well, they took him to Kyoto, and then he had his head cut off. Additionally, Konishi Yukinaga and Angokuji Ekie, who were the daimyos of the Western Army, were also subjected to similar treatment. Following his execution, his decapitated head was exhibited on a pedestal for public viewing in Kyoto. His mortal remains were interned at Sangen Inn, a subordinate temple of the Daitokuji in Kyoto. According to legend, though, Ieyasu spared his life and concealed him for political motives with one of his experienced commanders, Sakikabara Yasumasa, where he lived until old age and died from natural causes. Hard to confirm that one, but it's a legend. In recognition of Yasumasa's silence, Mitsunari presented him with a tanto, kind of like a short sword, known as Ishida Sadamune, which is a highly esteemed cultural artifact in Japan. As per the Asano clan documents, it is believed that Mitsunari's standing as a military commander was significantly tarnished as a result of his alleged poor performance during the siege of Oshi. Specifically, his failed tactic of flooding the castle in order to compel the defenders to surrender. Contrary to some records, modern historian Nakano Anai has revealed that the water flooding attack was actually ordered by Hideyoshi himself. This instruction was then relayed by Asano Nagamasa and Kimura Shigekore, while Mitsunari merely did what he was told, and he didn't really have the freedom to create his own plans. Well, there was another theory. In 1598, 2 years before the events at Sekigahara and following the demise of Toyotomi Hideyoshi, the Japanese government experienced an incident involving a conspiracy to assassinate Ishida Mitsunari. The plan was orchestrated by 7 military generals: Masanori, Kiyomasa, Terumasa, Tadaoki, Yoshinaga, Yoshiaki, and Nagamasa. Contrary to the traditional portrayal of this event as the 7 generals against Mitsunari, contemporary historian Watanabe Daimon has highlighted that there were actually 2 additional generals who participated in the conflict against Mitsunari. Notably, Hatsuka Iemasa and Kuroda Yoshitaka also brought their troops and entourage to confront him. The conspiracy was motivated by the general's dissatisfaction with Mitsunari's negative assessments and under-reportings of their achievements during the Imjin War against Korea and the Chinese Empire. Additionally, some, like Tadaoki, accused Mitsunari of mismanagement during his time under Hideyoshi. Additionally, these military leaders convened at Kiyomasa's residence within Osaka Castle, and subsequently relocated to Mitsunari's residence. Nevertheless, Mitsunari became aware of this information through a report provided by a servant of Hideyori named Jiemon Kuwajima, and consequently he promptly escaped to Satake Yoshinobu's residence, accompanied by Shima Sakon and a few other individuals in order to conceal himself. Upon discovering Mitsunari's absence from the mansion, the 7 generals proceeded to search the residences of several feudal lords within Osaka Castle. Additionally, Kato's army advanced towards the Satake residence. Mitsunari and his companions consequently fled from the Satake residence and fortified themselves at Fushimi Castle. On the following day, the 7 generals encircled the castle with their troops, as they were well aware that Mitsunari was hiding within, like a toy within a Kinder egg. Tokugawa Ieyasu, who held authority over political matters, was attempting to mediate the situation at Fushimi Castle. The 7 generals demanded that Ieyasu surrender Mitsunari, but Ieyasu refused to comply, subsequently engaging in negotiations to fulfill his promise of allowing Mitsunari to retire, and re-evaluation of the Battle of Ulsan Castle in Korea, which was the primary cause of the incident. The Imjin War was very complicated. Yes, I'll make a video about it soon. Don't worry. Oh, I should do it next. Well, additionally, he arranged for his second son, Yuki Hideyasu, to accompany Mitsunari to Sawayama Castle. But nevertheless, historians such as Daimon, Junji Mitsunari, and Goki Mizuno have highlighted from the available primary and secondary sources that the incident was primarily a legal dispute among the generals rather than a deliberate plot to assassinate him. It just got a little bit out of hand, as things tend to do when tempers flare. Ieyasu's role in this context was not to provide physical protection for Mitsunari against any potential harm, but rather to simply act as a mediator for the legal grievances raised by military faction members who had issues with Mitsunari. Well, taking all this into account, the more accurate term to describe this incident would probably be a lawsuit by military generals against Mitsunari, rather than a conspiracy by 7 angry men to pin him down and kill him. Well, there are some historians who interpreted this incident as more than just a personal conflict. They saw it as an expansion of the broader political rivalries between the Tokugawa faction and the anti-Tokugawa faction, which was led by Mitsunari. Following this event, the military leaders who had a negative relationship with Mitsunari subsequently sided with Ieyasu during the Sekigahara conflict, which pitted the Eastern Army led by Tokugawa against the Western Army led by Ishida Mitsunari. For a considerable duration, the widely accepted belief regarding the cause of the Sekigahara War between Mitsunari and Ieyasu was that it stemmed from their mutual hostility. Nevertheless, a professor at Nara University, Tonoka Shinichiro, and the director of Suruga City Museum, disputes this perspective. And you know you have to listen to your teachers, right? Well, Shinichiro argued that the political actions that precipitated the conflict in Sekigahara were primarily driven by Mitsunari's desire to reclaim his political standing, get that respect back, following the coup orchestrated by military factions. According to Shinichiro, these events had no direct connection to any personal rivalry between Mitsunari and Ieyasu. I suppose I could go and try and learn Japanese a bit better and try and read the primary sources, but that would take my attention away from making videos now, wouldn't it? Now, on to the final samurai for today's video. Well, this one's a little bit more modern. Not completely modern, but we're talking 19th century. Sakamoto Ryoma. I hate the R sounds in Japanese, so I'll do my best with them. Sakamoto Ryoma was born on January the 3rd, 1836 in Kochi, which at the time was part of the Tosa domain in Tosa province, which is of course now Kochi prefecture on the island of Shikoku. Now, in terms of the Japanese calendar, he was born on the 6th year of Tenpo, November the 15th, but we'll try to stick to Western chronology just to have things make sense a little bit more. Well, the Sakamoto family belonged to the lowest rank in the samurai hierarchy, known as goshi, still samurais, but they obtained this by accumulating significant wealth as sake brewers in previous generations. That's one way to do it. Tosa distinguished itself from other Japanese domains by implementing a rigorous division between the joshi, who were high-ranking samurai, and the kashi, who were low-ranking samurai. The ranks were subject to unequal treatment, and residential areas were segregated, including in the generation of Sakamoto Ryoma, the third in the Sakamoto family, where his family's samurai rank remained at that lower kashi level. At the age of 12, Sakamoto was admitted to a private school, although this was a short-lived period in his life, as he displayed reportedly very minimal interest in academic pursuits. After being subjected to bullying at school, Ryoma's older sister promptly registered him for fencing lessons at the Oguri-ryu, where he reached the age of 14, studying there on how to improve his swordsmanship. Upon reaching adulthood, Sakamoto had acquired a reputation as an accomplished swordsman. In 1853, Sakamoto was granted permission by his clan to journey to Edo, the administrative center of the ruling Tokugawa shogunate and the unofficial capital of Japan, in order to refine and enhance his expertise in sword arts. He became a student at the renowned Hokushin Ito Ryu Hyoha Chibidojo, under the leadership of its inaugural headmaster, Masamichi. Sakamoto was presented with the scroll by the school, which officially recognized his expertise, kind of like getting a degree. He also attained the rank of Shihan at the Chiba Dojo, and alongside Kazutane instructed students in the art of Kenjutsu. He developed a deep friendship with this Kazutane. Now, things were about to shake up a little bit, with the Perry expedition commencing in 1853, coinciding with Sakamoto's academic pursuits and pedagogical activities in Edo, thereby marking the onset of the Bakumatsu era, that is, those final days of old Japan, the sunset period, I suppose we can call it. Commodore Matthew C. Perry, representing the United States, arrived in Japan with a formidable fleet of ships to forcefully terminate their long-standing policy of national isolationism, force open the doors. Well, it's free trade after all, right? In March of 1854, Perry exerted pressure on the Tokugawa shogunate to sign the Convention of Kanagawa, thereby formally terminating the isolationist Sakoku policy. However, the treaty in Japan was widely regarded as being completely unfair, and showing the country's hand of being a vulnerable position. The public's perception of the shogun, who held the position of a de facto military dictator with a nominal appointment from the Emperor of Japan, was significantly undermined in terms of prestige and legitimacy. It didn't look good, effectively bending the knee to these barbarians. Ironic, isn't it? Well, the convention was signed by the Roju Abe Masahiro, who acted as regent for the young and sickly Tokugawa Ieyasu, despite the opposition of the imperial court in Kyoto, which held the legitimate ruling power. The anti-Tokugawa faction interpreted this evidence as a sign that the shogun was simply no longer capable of carrying out the emperor's wishes, and was therefore unfit to continue ruling on his behalf. Sakamoto and numerous samurai advocated for the restoration of state authority to the imperial court in Kyoto, and actively sought to topple the Tokugawa shogunate. So, upon finishing up his studies, Sakamoto returned to Tosa in 1858 and became involved in the local Sono-Joi movement, which emerged as a response to the Convention of Kanagawa and aimed to oppose the Tokugawa regime. Thus, in 1862, Takechi Hanbeta, a friend of Sakamoto, established the Tosa Loyalist Party, named Kinoto. This organization, consisting of approximately 2,000 samurai, albeit from the lower ranks, adhered to the Sono-Joi ideology. Their political agenda centered around their slogan, "Revere the Emperor, expel the barbarians," emphasizing the need for reform within the Tosa government. Yamauchi Toyoshige, the daimyo lord of the Tosa domain, declined to acknowledge the group, but he couldn't really ignore it right under his nose. But as a reaction, Tosa Kinoto devised a plan to carry out the assassination of Yoshida Toyo, the governor appointed by Yamauchi, who was known for his efforts in implementing reforms and modernization. Yoshida was subsequently assassinated by Kinoto following Sakamoto's departure from Tosa. Sakamoto was involved in the conspiracy, but he did not support it, at least not in public. He believed that Tosa Kinoto should take action for the benefit of all Japan, whereas Takechi insisted on a revolution solely for the Tosa clan. Sakamoto made the decision to part ways with Takechi and depart from Tosa without obtaining permission. During that time, individuals in Japan were strictly prohibited from departing their clan without authorization, under severe consequence of death. They had a word for it too, dappan. One of Sakamoto's sisters tragically took her own life after leaving without authorization, preferring to take the self-checkout line rather than have somebody else catch up with her. And Sakamoto subsequently adopted the pseudonym Saitani Umetaro while actively opposing the shogun. In the diary of one Ernest Sato, dated the 30th of September 1867, Sakamoto is referred to by this pseudonym. During his time as a ronin, Sakamoto made the decision to carry out the assassination of Katsukaishu, a prominent figure in the Tokugawa shogunate, who held high rank and advocated for both modernization and westernization. Nevertheless, Katsukaishu managed to convince Sakamoto of the imperative need for a comprehensive strategy to enhance Japan's military capabilities in response to this new and confusing Western influence, ultimately resulting in the signing of the Convention of Kanagawa. Rather than assassinating Katsukaishu, Sakamoto opted to become his assistant and protege. In 1864, due to the Tokugawa shogunate's increasing intolerance towards those who opposed them, Sakamoto escaped to Kagoshima in Satsuma domain, which was emerging as a prominent hub for the anti-Tokugawa movement. In 1866, Sakamoto participated in the negotiation of the covert Sacho alliance between the Satsuma and Choshu domains, which were historically bitter adversaries. He established the private maritime and commercial enterprise known as the Kameyama Shachu in Nagasaki City, with the assistance of the Satsuma domain, which subsequently transformed into the Kaientai, or the Ocean Support Fleet. After Choshu achieved victory over the Tokugawa army in 1866, and the Tokugawa shogunate was on the verge of collapse, Sakamoto became highly sought after by his former masters in Tosa. As a result, he was summoned back to Kochi, and with great recognition and respect, treated like a local hero, returning in silk robes, as they say in China. Well, back to Japan, though. The Tosa domain was eager to secure a diplomatic resolution between the shogun and the emperor in order to prevent the formidable Sacho alliance from forcibly overthrowing the Tokugawa and establishing themselves as the new ruling power in Japan. Sakamoto was once again there to play a pivotal role in the subsequent negotiations that resulted in the voluntary resignation of the shogun Tokugawa Yoshinobu in 1867, thereby pulling the trigger on the Meiji Restoration. Full video on that soon. No spoiler alerts for now, though. Well, in March 1866, representatives of the shogunate made an effort to murder Sakamoto Ryoma by setting up an ambush for him at the Teradaya Ryokan in Kyoto. Two facets of this have gained renown. Now, initially, he received a warning from his prospective spouse, Narasaki Ryo, who was quite taken aback while bathing by the assailants and hurried to alert him. Furthermore, he employed a Smith & Wesson revolver, a firearm of Western origin, of course, which he used to repel the assailants, because nothing repels assailants like a Smith & Wesson revolver. I suppose there's maybe a few things that he didn't mind taking from the Westerners, especially in a sticky situation like that. Well, either way, Sakamoto was murdered at the Omiya Inn in Kyoto in the following year, the 10th of December 1867, shortly before the official Meiji Restoration occurred. He was 31 at the time of his death. Way too young, even for those days. You see, during a night time, a group of assassins assembled outside the entrance of the inn. One of them advanced towards the door and knocked upon it, pretending to be a regular visitor. Sakamoto's bodyguard and servant, Yamada Tokichi, who was actually a former sumo wrestler, by the way, responded to the door and informed the visitor that he would check if Sakamoto was available to receive guests at the time of evening. Upon the bodyguard's momentary lapse of attention, the individual at the entrance swiftly unsheathed his sword and inflicted a mortal wound up against the bodyguard's back. Cowardly, waiting till he turned around to attack him from behind. Now that's not very courageous at all. Well, the group of assassins swiftly advanced beyond the mortally wounded bodyguard and ascended the staircase towards the accommodation of the guests. Sakamoto and his companion, Nakaoka Shintaro, were taking a break and engaging in conversation within a single room. He heard the commotion coming from the first floor and promptly opened the door to ask his bodyguard what the dickens was going on, under the mistaken belief that he was engaged in a friendly wrestling match showing off his skills. Perhaps he had a few cheeky sakes while Sakamoto was not looking. Well, of course, it wasn't him. The assassins swiftly entered the room, forcefully breaking through the paper doors, which are, well, they're not a very good defense. Could have chosen wooden doors. Maybe that's another thing they can take from the Westerners to prevent the assassination attempts. Well, a chaotic and disoriented brawl ensued as lamps were toppled, causing the room to be completely engulfed in darkness. At the conclusion of the battle, Sakamoto and Shintaro were severely injured, and the assassins escaped. But Sakamoto perished that evening, blood loss, expressing remorse in his final utterances for being caught off guard by his unknown assailants. Shintaro didn't fare too well either. He only lasted another 2 days due to his injuries, without ever fully regaining consciousness to identify the assassins. However, he did mention hearing the Iyo dialect among the perpetrators, so they mustn't have been locals. Early accounts of Sakamoto and Shintaro's fatalities implicated individuals affiliated with the Shinsengumi, a specialized law enforcement unit comprised of swordsmen under the authority of the Bakufu, that is the military government of the Tokugawa shogunate, located in Kyoto. Kondo Izami, the leader of this Shinsengumi, was subsequently executed on this accusation. Nevertheless, individuals belonging to a different faction supportive of the shogun, known as the Mimawarigumi, admitted to the act of homicide in the year 1870, some 3 years after the event. While Sasaki Tadasaburo and Imai Nobuo from Mimawarigumi, some of the names difficult, give me a break, have been held responsible, the actual perpetrator's identity remains unverified. A bit of a mystery to this day. There is one Okuda Matsugoro, renowned for his early involvement as a spy for Kondo, who was allegedly involved in the assassination. But of course the key word is allegedly. Well, Sakamoto is remembered as a visionary who aspired for a self-governing Japan, free from feudalism and the caste system, drawing inspiration from the United States, where the principle of equality was upheld. And he also held a deep admiration for the democratic principles and extensively studied the governance systems of the United States Congress and the British Parliament. He viewed these models as potential frameworks for governing Japan following the Restoration, a tool to be used, but he was not going to let his country be governed by outsiders. That's the difference. Sakamoto contended, due to centuries of political powerlessness, the imperial court was deficient in the necessary resources and competence to govern the nation. Sakamoto authored the 8 proposals while shipboard during a conversation with Goto Shojiro about the prospective structure of the Japanese government. This took place aboard a Tosa vessel located off the coast of Nagasaki in 1867. He emphasized the necessity of establishing a legislature through democratic elections, drafting a constitution, creating a national army and navy, and implementing regulations for the exchange rates of gold and silver. He also familiarized himself with Western civilization, and recognized that in order for Japan to effectively contend with an industrially and technologically progressive global economy, the Japanese populace had to go through a modernization process. His proposals are believed to have laid the foundation for the parliamentary system that was established in Japan following his demise. His style is characterized by a captivating blend of traditional and modern elements, exemplified by his choice to wear samurai attire, but pairing it with a nice pair of Western shoes. Comfort is king, of course. Well, I have tried wearing those. I don't want to use the word clogs, but I don't know the Japanese word for them. They are those shoes with little wooden ones with the heel on them on both sides, and, well, they're not as fun as they look. Let's just say that. The other Japanese outfits are great, though. Had a good time in Kyoto with that. I will recommend Kiyomizu-dera. And Kinkakuji. Yeah, Kinkakuji is good too. The golden temple in the middle of that small lake. Beautiful places. But don't go in the summer. Oh, do not go in the summer. Right, so I hope you're enjoying this so far. The next biography we have is for Minamoto No Yoshitsune. Let's get into it. Oh, and if you're enjoying this, give it a like and subscribe. Born amidst the tumult of the Heiji Rebellion in 1160, Yoshitsune was the youngest of Minamoto no Yoshitomo and Tokugawa Gosen's 3 children. His early years were shadowed by the brutality of the political upheavals that led to his father and 2 elder brothers' deaths, which compelled Yoshitsune, his mother, and the siblings that remained to flee the capital in desperation. These formative years, Yoshitsune was separated from his half-brother Yoritomo, who was exiled to Izu province, and would later rise to establish the Kamakura shogunate. At the tender age of 10 years old, Yoshitsune was entrusted to the monks of Kurama Temple, hidden away in the Heiei Mountains near Kyoto. It was here that his legendary martial skills began to take root. The temple's secluded environment provided a fertile ground for training in swordsmanship and strategy, which, according to popular legends, was imparted by the mythical Tengu king Sojobo, or perhaps the strategist Kichi Hogen, walking the line between mythology and history a little bit. Well, the latter's influence on Yoshitsune was quite profound. As tales suggest, Yoshitsune even stole a valuable manuscript called The 6 Secret Teachings from Hogen to master military tactics. Of course, being secret, they must have been incredibly powerful, one can only imagine. Well, despite the monk's life laid out before him, Yoshitsune's restless spirit longed for a more unique path. His departure from Kurama Temple marked a pivotal turn in his life's journey. He was guided by a gold merchant who was familiar with his father, leading him in 1174 to Hiraizumi in the Mutsu province. Here, Yoshitsune found sanctuary under Fujiwara no Hidehira, the leader of the influential northern Fujiwara clan. This period of protection and patronage was critical, shaping the young scion into a formidable military leader. and thus his journey from a temple-raised boy to a celebrated military commander is marked by a series of dramatic events and crucial battles. One of his earliest exploits was a duel with the fearsome warrior monk Benkei, a man whose legendary strength was known far and wide. The duel eventually ended with Yoshitsune being victorious, and Benkei, in admiration of Yoshitsune's skill, swore loyalty to him and became his retainer. This partnership was cemented in blood and loyalty, lasting until their tragic end at the siege of Koromagawa, where Benkei sacrificed his life defending Yoshitsune. The Genpei War, a period of serious battles that defined much of Yoshitsune's military career, began in 1180, when Yoshitsune's estranged half-brother, Yoritomo, raised an army at the behest of Prince Mochihito. This was to challenge the Taira clan's usurpation of imperial power. Thus, Yoshitsune, seizing the opportunity to reunite with his brothers and assert his lineage's claims, joined forces with Yoritomo and another brother, Noriyori, marking their first collaboration against a common enemy. Yoshitsune's strategic brilliance came to the forefront during this conflict. His tactical skill led to decisive victories in key battles, such as the battle at Ichinotani, which is near present-day Kobe, and Yashima in Shikoku. His relentless pursuit of the Taira culminated in the dramatic Battle of Dan no Ura in Yamaguchi Prefecture, April 1185, where the Taira forces were decisively defeated, marking a significant turning point in Japanese history. A watershed moment, akin to the Battle of Hastings in English history. While the internal strife within the Minamoto clan also saw Yoshitsune's hand forced against his own cousin, Minamoto no Yoshinaka. Yoshinaka had begun a rival claimant for control over the Minamoto clan, prompting Yoritomo to order Yoshitsune to deal with the usurper. Yoshitsune eventually fulfilled this grim duty at the Battle of Awazu in Omi Province, early 1184, where he defeated Yoshinaka, consolidating the Minamoto power under Yoritomo. And it did not go unnoticed. For his contributions, Yoshitsune was awarded the governance of Omi Province after his victory. His military exploits, however, would eventually lead to tensions with Yoritomo and set the stage for his tragic downfall. After the Genpei War, Yoshitsune received significant honors, including the governorship of Iyo, along with the other prestigious title from the cloistered Emperor Go Shirakawa. However, his brother, Yoritomo, wary of Yoshitsune's rising influence and prestige, challenged these honors and successfully nullified them. This set the stage for a deepening rift between the brothers, fundamentally altering their relationship and leading to Yoshitsune's eventual flight from power. Amidst increasing tensions, Yoshitsune found himself needing further support, and thus sought and gained imperial authorization to form an alliance with his uncle, Minamoto no Yukie, to oppose Yoritomo's growing authoritarian grip. However, this move only deepened Yoritomo's distrust and animosity, culminating in Yoshitsune's decision to flee Kyoto in 1185. During the chaos of this period, Yoshitsune's faithful mistress, Shizuka Gozen, who was pregnant with his child, initially fled with him, but was later abandoned for her safety. She was subsequently captured by the forces of Yoritomo. Seeking refuge, Yoshitsune once again turned to the northern province of Mutsu, under the protection of the regional lord Fujiwara no Hidehira, who had previously sheltered him during his youth. Following the death of Hidehira, his son, Fujiwara no Yasuhira, initially pledged to continue his father's protection of Yoshitsune. However, under increasing pressure from Yoritomo, Yasuhira tragically betrayed Yoshitsune, leading troops to besiege his residence at Koromogawa no Tachi. The siege ended with the heroic but heartbreaking standing death of Yoshitsune's loyal retainer Benkei, who was fighting his way to protect his lord, and ultimately it forced Yoshitsune to commit seppuku. In a final act of fealty to Yoritomo, Yasuhira preserved Yoshitsune's head in sake, enclosing it in a black lacquered chest, and sent it to Yoritomo as proof of his brother's death. The aftermath of these events left a poignant mark on Japanese history, particularly concerning the unresolved fate of Shizuka Gozen and her child with Yoshitsune. And thus, the memory of Yoshitsune and legacy continue to be honored at Shirahata Jinja, a Shinto shrine located in Fujisawa. The circumstances surrounding the death of Yoshitsune are surrounded in mystery and legend. Some Ainu historical narratives suggest that Yoshitsune did not die by seppuku during the siege at Koromogawa, but instead he escaped to Hokkaido, adopting the name Okikurumi. Another, frankly fantastical tale suggests that Yoshitsune fled even further, reaching the Asian mainland and ultimately re-emerging as the Mongol conqueror Genghis Khan. Okay then, I think we can put that one firmly in the maybe pile. Well, this latter story, created by Suematsu Kencho in 1879 while he was a student at Cambridge University, aimed to elevate Japanese prestige following the Meiji Restoration. And I imagine that no one really believes it. But we take it in good humor. It's interesting. Well, in addition, there are stories preserving in temple traditions about Yoshitsune's progeny. Henshoji Temple in Moka, Tochigi, according to its old records, mentions that Hitachibo Kaison gave a child of Yoshitsune, named Keiwaka, to a monk called Hitachi Nudonensai, as directed by Hidehira Fujiwara. Similarly, Emyoji Temple in Hirosaki, Aomori Prefecture, tells of a child named Chitose Maru, said to be Yoshitsune's offspring, who was given into the care of Date Tomamune by Kaison, after which Kaison vanished. One of the most poignant artifacts from Yoshitsune's life is the Koshigoe letter, written on the 23rd of June, 1185. In this letter, Yoshitsune made a heartfelt plea to his brother, Yoritomo, expressing his loyalty and desperation. The letter reads, "So here I remain, vainly shedding crimson tears. I have not been permitted to refute the accusations of my slanderers, or even to set foot in Kamakura, but have been obliged to languish idly these many days, with no possibility of declaring the sincerity of my intentions. It is now so long since I have set eyes on his lordship's compassionate countenance, and the bond of our blood brotherhood seems to have vanished." Sanada Yukimura. Sanada Yukimura, born as the second son of Sanada Masayuki, 1547 to 1611, was a significant figure in the Sengoku period of Japan. His elder brother was Sanada Nobuyuki. Yukimura's marital life was intertwined with political alliances. He was married to Akihime, also known as Chikurin-in, who was originally the daughter of Otani Yoshitsugu, and later adopted by Toyotomi Hideyoshi. Yukimura also had 3 other wives. The first wife was related to Hota Sakube, either his daughter or sister, who was eventually supplanted by Chikurin-in, or Akihime. Another was the daughter of Takanashi Naiki, and Ryusei-in, a daughter of Toyotomi Hidetsugu. The year 1575 marked a significant turn for the family of Sanada, as the Battle of Nagashino resulted in the deaths of 2 of Sanada Masayuki's elder brothers. With the fall of these family members, Masayuki, who had previously served under Takeda Shingen and Takeda Katsuyori, ascended as the head of the Sanada clan and moved to Ueda Castle, taking young Yukimura with him. Some 7 years later, 1582, the landscape of power had shifted dramatically, with the Oda-Tokugawa alliance eradicating the Takeda clan. Initially, the Sanada surrendered to Oda Nobunaga, but they regained their autonomy following Nobunaga's death in the incident at Honnoji. This independence saw the Sanada navigating allegiances with various dominant daimyos, including the Uesugi clan, the later Hojo clan, and ultimately aligning themselves with the Tokugawa clan before becoming vassals under Toyotomi Hideyoshi, marking their significant integration into broader political dynamics of the era. In 1600, during the prelude to the pivotal battle of Sekigahara, Tokugawa Ieyasu, determined to consolidate his own power, called upon various daimyos to join his campaign against Uesugi Kagekatsu. The Sanada clan, led by Masayuki and his son Yukimura, initially aligned with Ieyasu. However, things shifted again when Ishida Mitsunari mounted a challenge against Ieyasu's growing influence. In a significant turn of events, Masayuki and Yukimura opted to support Mitsunari's western forces, diverging sharply from Masayuki's eldest son, Nobuyuki, who remained with the eastern forces allied to Ieyasu. This division within the Sanada family was not merely a personal rift, but was emblematic of a broader strategic calculation at play. and it is rumored that Yukimura initially supported Ieyasu, but shifted alliances following Ieyasu's attempts to encroach upon his territory. He may have perceived it as a betrayal or threat to Sanada's autonomy. Well, the motivations behind Masayuki and Yukimura's decision to join the Western forces against Ieyasu are a subject of wide debate, but there are two main theories prevailing. The first theory suggests that Masayuki, recognizing the potential rewards of siding with the obviously weaker coalition, saw an opportunity to significantly enhance the clan's power and influence should the Western forces prevail. This perspective frames their decision as a high-stakes gamble, betting on the underdogs for a proportionately greater share of power in the victory. But on the other side, the second theory suggests that the decision was part of a calculated strategy to ensure the survival of the Sanada clan, regardless of the battle's outcome. According to this view, the family deliberated and chose to hedge their bets by splitting their allegiances, Masayuki and Yukimura with the Western army, and Nobuyuki with the Eastern forces. In a move during the Battle of Sekigahara, the Sanada clan, under the leadership of Masayuki and his son Yukimura, strategically retreated to fortify Ueda Castle. This fortification proved crucial when Tokugawa Hidetada led a force of 40,000 soldiers along the Nakasendo, aiming to suppress the Sanada resistance. Remarkably, with only 2,000 men at their disposal, the Sanada clan managed to staunchly defend the castle, significantly delaying Hidetada. This resistance caused Hidetada to abandon his siege, missing the decisive battle of Sekigahara, which ultimately solidified Tokugawa Ieyasu's rule over all of Japan. The aftermath of the battle saw the Sanada clan facing severe consequences. Their territory was confiscated by the victorious Tokugawa regime and awarded to Nobuyuki, the elder Sanada sibling who had sided with the Tokugawa. But on the other hand, Masayuki and Yukimura faced exile to Mount Koya, a punishment that marked a significant downturn in their fortunes. Not much to do at Mount Koya, I'm afraid. Well, Ueda Castle, that site of their staunch resistance, was handed over to Nobuyuki, once again deepening the divide within the Sanada family. The tension culminated when Yukimura, unable to accept Tokugawa supremacy, took up arms once again during the winter campaign of the siege of Osaka Castle in 1614. The siege was a critical series of confrontations between the Tokugawa shogunate and the remnants of the Toyotomi clan, representing the last significant threat to Tokugawa hegemony. The siege unfolded in two main stages: the winter campaign and the subsequent summer campaign of 1615, which collectively led to the destruction of the Toyotomi clan. The winter campaign of the siege of Osaka, initiated by the Tokugawa shogunate, began with a sequence of aggressive maneuvers starting on November 19, 1614, when the forces of Tokugawa, numbering approximately 3,000 men, successfully attacked and destroyed a fort across the Kizu River. This initial victory was followed by further confrontations, including an assault on the 26th of November on the village of Imafuku, where a Tokugawa contingent of 1,500 faced a defending force of 600, more than a little outnumbered. Bolstered by a unique unit of arquebusiers, the Tokugawa forces secured another victory. So, an arquebus is kind of like a musket. Think about it like that. One of those early handheld rifles. Well, as the campaign progressed, Tokugawa troops launched attacks on several smaller forts and villages, setting the stage for the larger siege of Osaka Castle that commenced on December 4th, 1614. Sanada Yukimura, the key defender of the Toyotomi forces, responded by constructing the Sanada Maru, a strategically positioned earthwork barbican on the southwest corner of Osaka Castle. This fortification, manned by 7,000 of Yukimura's troops, proved crucial in the defense of the Tokugawa forces, which were significantly larger, estimated at around 30,000, and that's no joke. Well, despite the obvious numerical disadvantage, the defenders, who were particularly skilled in the use of their arquebusiers, managed to repel Tokugawa's assaults repeatedly. The siege saw multiple fierce engagements, where the defenders not only held their ground, but also managed to break through the siege lines on 3 occasions. Facing staunch resistance, and unable to breach the formidable defenses of Sanada Maru, Tokugawa Ieyasu resorted to artillery. His forces employed 17 brand new cannons he had gotten from the Europeans, alongside domestic wrought iron cannons, and sappers were instructed to undermine the fortress walls. Despite these efforts, the fortress remained largely impregnable, and resulted in heavy losses for Tokugawa's troops. Recognizing the formidable resistance and the mounting casualties, Ieyasu eventually chose to negotiate peace. He approached Toyotomi Hideyoshi with a proposal that ostensibly aimed at reconciliation, but included a strategic condition of dismantling the castle's outer moat. However, under the guise of this agreement, Tokugawa's envoys extended their mandate during their early entry into the castle grounds, destroying not just the outer, but also the inner moat, thereby weakening the defensive capabilities of Osaka Castle significantly. On the 3rd of June, 1615, during the final phases of the siege of Osaka, Sanada Yukimura played his crucial role in the 2 battles. Early in the day, he commanded the Osaka army's right wing at the Battle of Domyoji, engaging Date Masamune's forces near Emperor Jin's tomb and Konda Hachiman Shrine. The battle raged from noon until Yukimura decided to retreat to Osaka Castle by 5 p.m., regrouping for another confrontation. The following day, the Battle of Tennoji, Yukimura faced an overwhelming force of Tokugawa, reportedly of nearly 150,000 troops. Wow! Well, despite being outnumbered, with only 54,000 to 60,000 Toyotomi soldiers at his disposal, Yukimura seized the opportunity to strike at the Tokugawa lines, which were still forming up in ranks. Leading a desperate charge from Chaosuyama with Mori Katsunaga's contingent, they managed to breach Matsudaira Tadanou's crumbling vanguard. Recognizing a critical moment to potentially turn the tide, Yukimura sent his son, Sanada Daisuke, back to the castle to encourage Hideyoshi to lead a counterattack. Unfortunately, Hideyori's response was too slow to capitalize on the moment. Better luck next time, Hideyori. Amidst the fierce battle, an exhausted Yukimura collapsed on a camp stool, marking his last stand. The specifics of his death involve a subsequent encounter where he was fatally wounded by Munetsugu in a series of single combats. Initially unrecognized, Yukimura's head was severed and brought to the Tokugawa camp as a trophy. It was only upon the visit of an acquaintance from the Sanada clan that his identity was confirmed, sealing the tragic end of a formidable warrior that not many people have heard about. Oda Nobunaga, born on the 23rd of June 1534 in Nagoya of Owari province, was destined to emerge as a pivotal figure in the unification of Japan. He was the legitimate heir to Oda Nobuhide, a distinguished leader of the formidable Oda clan and deputy shugo, or military governor. He left his mark on the pages of history as one of Japan's most influential figures, and the deeds of his life shaped the country and culture that we now know today. Hello everyone and welcome. If it's your first time here, it's good to meet you, and if you're coming back, it's great to see you again. If you'd like to support the channel, I've opened a Patreon, where all videos can be enjoyed uninterrupted. Apart from that, like, comment and subscribe if you feel inclined to. Now, without further ado, let's get on with today's video, The Life of Oda Nobunaga. Get yourself comfortable. The question of Nobunaga's birthplace has been a subject of historical debate. While traditionally believed to have been born in Nagoya Castle, recent scholarship suggests Shibota Castle as a more likely location. Known in his youth as Kiposhi, Nobunaga's early life was marked by eccentric behavior. He was quite a jokester, and this set him apart from his more serious peers. Gifted Nagoya Castle by his father at the tender age of 8 years old, Nobunaga made the castle his home for 13 years, until the strategic acquisition of Kyosu Castle at his age of 21. Although he had one or perhaps two older half-brothers, Nobunaga, being the first legitimate son, was destined to be the successor of the Oda leadership. This distinction led to his separation from his mother and the provision of specialized education overseen by 4 chief retainers, Hayashi Hidesata, Hirate Masahide, Aoyama Nobumasa, and Naito Shosuke. Upon reaching adulthood in 1546, Nobunaga adopted the name Oda Saburo Nobunaga and embarked on his maiden military campaign against Kira and Ohama in Mikawa in 1547. His father, Nobuhide, seeking to consolidate power and ensure peace with neighboring territories, arranged a politically motivated marriage between Nobunaga and Nohime, the daughter of Saito Do-san, the lord of Mino province. This alliance, forged around 1548, not only neutralized hostilities with Mino, but also brought Nobunaga into closer involvement with the governance and political maneuverings of the era, setting the stage for his eventual rise as one of the most influential warlords in Japanese history. The untimely demise of Oda Nobuhide in 1551 catalyzed a tumultuous period for his legitimate heir Nobunaga, who was met with fierce resistance from within the Oda clan itself. Nobunaga's response to his father's funeral rites, the throwing of ceremonial incense at the altar, was seen as an affront, exacerbated tensions, and precipitating a succession crisis. Rallying approximately 1,000 men, Nobunaga quelled dissent within his ranks, but not without external threats. Imagawa Yoshimoto, seizing the moment of vulnerability, launched a siege on Anjo Castle, targeting Nobunaga's half-brother, Nobuhiro. A strategic hostage exchange involving the young Matsudaira Takachio, the future Tokugawa Ieyasu, not only averted disaster, but also sowed the seeds for future alliances. And if you've not listened to my lecture on Tokugawa Ieyasu yet, you can go and find that in the Japanese history playlist. The following year, amidst the ongoing strife, Nobunaga faced defections and territorial challenges, notably repelling an attack by senior retainer Yamaguchi Noritsugu and his son, only to lose control over eastern Owari to the Imagawa. The internal discord continued with Nobunaga's uncle, Oda Nobutomo, and the official governor of Owari, Shiba Yoshimune, who both launched attacks against him. Through resilience and strategic acumen, Nobunaga countered these assaults, further consolidating his leadership and extending his influence over Owari province. The years that followed this were marred by betrayal and more internal conflict, leading to his mentor, Hirotate Masahide, to tragically take his own life. Yet, Nobunaga demonstrated remarkable military skill, defeating the Imagawa at the Battle of Meraki Castle and capturing Kiyosu Castle from his uncle Nobutomo. The death of his father-in-law, Saito Dosan, at the hands of his own son, Saito Yoshitatsu, and the loss of support from the Saito clan underscored the relentless challenges that Nobunaga was facing. Despite these many adversities, Nobunaga's determination never waned. His ability to forgive, exemplified by his reconciliation with his brother Nobuyuki, showcased a blend of ruthlessness and magnanimity. However, the cycle of conspiracy and betrayal only persisted, culminating in the forced execution of Nobuyuki after a second plot against Nobunaga was uncovered. This decisive action underscored Nobunaga's resolve to cement his authority. By 1559, after defending allies and crushing rebellions, Nobunaga had vanquished all internal opposition within the Oda clan, firmly establishing his dominion over Owari province. This period of consolidation laid the groundwork for Nobunaga's eventual campaign to unify Japan, marking the beginning of a transformative era under his leadership. In 1560, Imagawa Yoshimoto, emboldened by his ambitions and a formidable force of 25,000 men, embarked on a campaign that would bring him into direct conflict with Nobunaga. Yoshimoto aimed to advance into Owari province, territory under control of Nobunaga's family, under the guise of supporting the ailing Ashikaga shogunate. The campaign saw the swift capture of key border fortresses, including Washizu, and the successful siege of Marune Fortress by Matsudaira Motoyasu's forces, who were aligned with Imagawa. Faced with this formidable invasion, Nobunaga could muster a significantly smaller force, estimated between 2,000 and 3,000 men. Advisors urged Nobunaga to seek refuge and prepare for a prolonged siege. However, Nobunaga, demonstrating his characteristic resolve and strategic audacity, opted for an aggressive counter-offensive instead. He saw in Yoshimoto's complacency an opportunity for a decisive strike. The Battle of Okehazama, occurring on June 1560, marked the turning point in this confrontation. Utilizing the intelligence of his scouts, Nobunaga learned of Yoshimoto's position in the narrow gorge of Dengaku-kazama, an ideal location for an ambush. The Imagawa army, buoyed by their recent victories and unsuspecting of imminent attack, was caught completely off guard. Nobunaga, having maneuvered his forces with stealth, launched a surprise attack during a thunderstorm, culminating in Yoshimoto's death at the hands of the Oda samurai. This victory was a testament to Nobunaga's military genius, and marked a significant shift in his fortunes, garnering him prestige and allegiance from numerous samurai and warlords. Kinoshita Tokichiro, who would later emerge as Toyotomi Hideyoshi, is believed to have participated in this critical battle, although specific records of his involvement during this time are scarce. His notable achievements would later be documented during the Mino campaign. There will be a full video on Toyotomi Hideyoshi, by the way, if it's not already up there. It's on the list. The aftermath of Okazama had profound implications for regional dynamics. The Imagawa clan, significantly weakened, lost its grip on the Matsudaira clan. This change in power dynamics paved the way for an alliance in 1561 between Nobunaga and Matsudaira Motoyasu, who would later be known as Tokugawa Ieyasu. This alliance marked a significant reconciliation between two historically antagonistic clans. Additionally, Nobunaga sought to strengthen his position through diplomatic ties, notably by allying with Takeda Shingen via the marriage of his daughter to Shingen's son. These alliances were strategic moves by Nobunaga to consolidate power and further his ambition of unifying Japan under his rule. In the following year, 1561, the death of Saito Yoshitatsu, the brother-in-law of Oda Nobunaga, created another opportunity for Nobunaga to expand his influence. Yoshitatsu, who had secured his position through fratricide, was succeeded by his son, Saito Tatsuoki, Nobunaga's nephew, Tatsuoki, however, lacked the leadership and military acumen of his predecessors. This presented Nobunaga with a strategic advantage. Seizing the moment, he initiated a campaign in Mino province, targeting Tatsuoki. Through decisive victories at the battles of Moribe and Jushijo, and by undermining Tatsuoki's support among his retainers, Nobunaga significantly weakened the Saito clan. In a move to further solidify his position, Nobunaga dispatched his retainer, Kinoshita Tokijiro, later known as Toyotomi Hideyoshi, to secure alliances within Mino. By 1566, Nobunaga tasked Kinoshita with constructing Tsunomata Castle, a bold and strategic move that facilitated the final conquest of Mino. The capitulation of the Mino triumvirate to Nobunaga's forces underscored the collapse of Saito resistance, culminating in the siege of Inabayama Castle. Nobunaga's subsequent renaming of the castle and town to Gifu, inspired by the legendary Mount Chi in China, symbolized his grand ambition to unify Japan. This period also marked the adoption of the personal seal Tenka Fubu, epitomizing Nobunaga's martial approach to governance. Following the conquest of Mino, Nobunaga expanded his campaign to Ise province, targeting the Kitabatake clan, and to Omi province, seeking an alliance with the strategically positioned Azai clan through marriage. The alliance aimed to secure a peaceful route to Kyoto, the heart of Japan's political power. The quest to install Ashikaga Yoshiaki as shogun, thereby avenging Yoshiaki's brother and asserting control over Kyoto, led Nobunaga to confront the Rokaku clan in Omi. Nobunaga's swift and decisive victories against the Rokaku and subsequent entry into Kyoto in 1568 marked a significant milestone. Upon installing Yoshiaki as the 15th shogun, Nobunaga chose not to accept any official title, maintaining autonomy while demonstrating reverence for Emperor Ogimachi. After securing Ashikaga Yoshiaki's position as the shogun, Nobunaga leveraged this relationship to solidify his power among the local daimyo. That's a feudal lord, by the way. He urged Yoshiaki to summon them to Kyoto for a banquet, a move that would later demonstrate their allegiance. However, Asakura Yoshikage, serving as Yoshiaki's regent and head of the Asakura clan, declined the invitation, a decision Nobunaga branded as treasonous. Seizing upon this refusal as a pretext, Nobunaga mobilized his forces against the Asakura domain in Echizen, marking the onset of a campaign that would further strain his ties with the shogun. The situation escalated when Yoshiaki, disenchanted with Nobunaga's dominance, began to foster an anti-Nobunaga coalition among various daimyos. The situation reached a critical juncture in 1570 with Nobunaga's siege of Kanagasaki Castle. The campaign against the Asakura was complicated by the intervention of Azai Nagamasa, who was both Nobunaga's brother-in-law and a member of the long-standing Azai-Asakura alliance. This familial and political entanglement led Nobunaga to renounce his ties with the Oda clan, further bolstering the opposition. The combined might of the Azai, Asakura, and their allies presented a formidable challenge to Nobunaga, who, facing potential defeat, strategically withdrew from Kanagasaki. The subsequent Battle of Anegawa in July of 1570 saw Nobunaga and his ally Tokugawa Ieyasu confront the Azai Asakura forces. The confrontation unfolded on the banks of the Anegawa River, culminating in a fierce melee. The Oda and Tokugawa forces, though, through strategic maneuvers and timely intervention of the Mino Triumvirate, ultimately secured a decisive victory against the combined Azai Asakura army. By 1573, Nobunaga's military campaigns had significantly weakened the Azai and Asakura clans, leading to an army drawn from the provinces of Owari, Mino, and Ise. Nobunaga initiated a series of sieges that targeted key fortifications of both clans, including Hikida Castle, Ichijodani Castle, and Odani Castle. These concentrated efforts culminated in the obliteration of the Azai and Asakura domains, with their leaders resorting to taking their own lives in the face of inevitable defeat. This series of victories not only eliminated two of Nobunaga's most persistent adversaries, but also demonstrated his formidable prowess and resolve in his quest for unification under his rule. In 1572, a significant challenge to Nobunaga's ascendancy materialized as Ashikaga Yoshiaki marshaled a coalition against him, drawing support from Azai Nagamasa and Matsunaga Hisahide, and elements of the Miyoshi clan. This alliance, leveraging the cumulative military might of its constituents, initiated a siege that saw early successes against Nobunaga's forces, cornering them with strategic precision. However, the unexpected death of Takeda Shingen from illness abruptly halted the siege's momentum, sparing Nobunaga from a potentially decisive defeat. In the tumultuous year of 1573, tensions in Kyoto received a boiling point as Yoshiaki sought to undermine Nobunaga's influence within the city. Aligning themselves with the Matsunaga clan, Yoshiaki's forces staged revolts from Makishima Castle, endeavoring to insert their dominance. Nobunaga's response was swift and severe. His counteroffensive not only quelled the uprisings, but it also led to significant destruction within Kyoto. This forced Yoshiaki into retreat. Parallel to these politics, Nobunaga confronted the formidable Iko-Iki movement. The sect, rooted in the Jodo Shinshu branch of Buddhism, had evolved from a self-defense collective into a substantial armed force, emblematic of broader societal discontent with samurai dominance. In the August of 1570, Nobunaga initiated the Ishiyama Honganji War against this group, embarking on a campaign that would see him combat both the Iko-Iki and his traditional samurai adversaries. Despite initial setbacks, including a failed siege of Nagashima in the May of 1571 that resulted in heavy losses and injury to his general Shibata Katsuie, Nobunaga's resolve remained unshaken. His determination to subdue the Ikoiki led to notorious siege of Mount Hiei in the September of 1571. Viewing the Enryakuji temple and its warrior monks as a direct threat, Nobunaga launched a preemptive strike against the Tendai-School's stronghold on Mount Hiei. The assault was merciless, with Nobunaga's forces annihilating the temple complex, culminating in widespread devastation and loss of life. Pure misery. This act of brutality just underscored Nobunaga's now ruthless approach to consolidating power and eliminating opposition one way or the other. Following the destruction of Mount Hiei, Nobunaga faced the Ikoiki once more at Nagashima in July of 1573. Despite being equipped with a large contingent of arquebusiers, that's people with firearms, by the way, a sudden rainstorm disabled the guns, giving the Ikoiki, who were able to fire from sheltered positions, a significant advantage. This, right here, almost cost Nobunaga his life and resulted in a retreat, marking one of his most substantial defeats. Can't help the weather, I'm afraid. Undeterred, Nobunaga orchestrated a third siege in 1574, deploying Kuki Yoshitaka to implement a naval blockade and bombardment strategy. This approach led to the capture of key outlying forts, and eventually allowed Nobunaga to envelop and incinerate the Nagashima complex, effectively annihilating the Ikoiki defenders therein. Now, that wasn't the only enemy he had, of course. The Mori clan, another faction in the anti-Nobunaga coalition, posed a significant challenge during this period. Under the leadership of the youthful Terremoto, successor to Mori Motonari, the clan directly confronted Nobunaga. Their involvement became particularly pronounced during the Ishiyama-Honganji War, where Nobunaga's siege efforts against the Ikoiki stronghold in present-day Osaka were complicated by Mori's naval interventions. These actions facilitated the flow of supplies to the besieged fortress, prolonging the conflict significantly. In response, Nobunaga launched a comprehensive campaign aimed at isolating and overcoming the Mori's strategic maneuvers. He dispatched Takegawa Kazumasu to subdue the Ikoiki in Ki province and Hashiba Hideyoshi to seize control of the Chugoku region from the Mori, while Kuki Yoshitaka led efforts from the sea. These concerted efforts eventually succeeded in cutting off the Mori's supply lines to Ishiyama-Honganji. After a decade-long siege that began in 1570, the fortress of Ishiyama-Honganji finally capitulated in the year 1580. The surrender, prompted by the exhaustion of supplies and an imperial request, led to the sparing of the defenders' lives by Nobunaga, though they were expelled and the fortress was razed. This victory over Ishiyama Honganji marked a critical blow to the Ikoiki, significantly diminishing their capacity as a formidable military force and further consolidating Nobunaga's power. Takeda Shingen, once an ally within the complex web of Japanese feudal alliances, became one of the most formidable opponents against Nobunaga as part of the anti-Nobunaga coalition. In a significant shift in 1572, Shingen dispatched Akiyama Nobutomo to seize Iwamura Castle. Compounding the betrayal, Nobunaga's aunt, Lady Otsuya, not only surrendered the castle, but also married Nobutomo. Excuse me for laughing. That is a betrayal, marking a severe deterioration in the Takeda-Oda relationship and setting the stage for open warfare. Talk about salt in the wound. Shingen's ambitions extended towards Kyoto, spurred on by Ashikaga Yoshiaki, launching an invasion into Tokugawa territory. Shingen posed a direct challenge to Nobunaga, who was concurrently preoccupied on the Western Front. Despite the limited support provided to Tokugawa Ieyasu, the latter managed to fend off complete defeat at the Battle of Mikatagahara through a series of strategic deceptions, showcasing an early instance of the cunning that would later characterize Tokugawa's later successes. No, Shingen wasn't around for too long. The death of Shingen in April 1573 momentarily halted the momentum of the Takeda forces. However, his son, Katsuyori, persisted with aggressive campaigns against the Tokugawa, notably besieging Nagashino Castle in 1575. The siege triggered Nobunaga and Tokugawa Ieyasu to combine forces, and culminated in the decisive Battle of Nagashino. Here, the Takeda clan suffered catastrophic losses, challenging conventional narratives of the battle that highlighted the effectiveness of Nobunaga's three-stage shooting strategy with the arquebusiers. Modern scholarship has pointed to logistical superiority rather than tactical innovation as a key determinant in Nobunaga's victory. The downfall of the Takeda clan was finalized in 1582, with the joint forces of Oda Nobunaga and Tokugawa Ieyasu capturing Shinano and Kai provinces. Katsuyori's defeat at the Battle of Tenmokuzan, followed by his taking of his own life, marked the end of Takeda influence and underscored the ruthlessness and efficiency of Nobunaga's campaign to consolidate his power in Japan. This series of events not only exemplified the volatile nature of the Sengoku period of warfare, but also highlighted the strategic depth and adaptability of Nobunaga and his allies. Following May 1573, Nobunaga's influence and strategic position in Kyoto began to radically shift. He focused on Ashikaga Yoshiaki, who had declared hostility towards Nobunaga on multiple occasions. Nobunaga's military skill soon overcame Yoshiaki's forces, effectively ending the power of the Ashikaga shogunate on the 27th of August, 1573, as Yoshiaki was exiled from Kyoto and decided to become a Buddhist monk and live out his days. Nobunaga's entry into Kyoto not only symbolized a shift in power dynamics, but also heralded a resurgence in the authority of the imperial court under Emperor Okimachi. Nobunaga's support for the emperor was evident, and his loyalty was rewarded with rapid promotions within the imperial court, including significant titles that bolstered his status and influence further. The conflict with the Uesugi clan was another significant chapter in Nobunaga's campaign to consolidate his power. The Uesugi's intervention in Noto province and the subsequent battle at Tedorigawa in November 1577 showcased the intense rivalry between Nobunaga and Uesugi Kenshin. Despite Nobunaga's defeat and the contemplation of ceding northern provinces to Kenshin, the sudden death of Kenshin in 1578 all but halted the Uesugi advance and ended the immediate threat to Nobunaga's dominance. Talk about a lucky break, huh? Nobunaga's strategic acumen was also reflected in his construction of Azuchi Castle on Mount Azuchi near Lake Biwa. Completed between 1576 and 1579, the castle served not just as a formidable fortress, but also as a symbol of Nobunaga's power and a tactical vantage point to oversee and defend against potential threats from major rival clans. By 1580, Nobunaga had emerged as the most powerful warlord in Japan, controlling a vast expanse of the central regions. His successful campaigns and the establishment of control over 20 provinces underscored his unmatched military and political influence during this period. The Tensho-Iga War further exemplified Nobunaga's resolve to quell resistance and secure his territory. Despite an initial setback in 1579, Nobunaga's forces, under his son, Oda Nobukatsu, eventually subdued the Iga province in 1581, demonstrating the Oda clan's capability to overcome determined local resistance and solidify control over strategic regions. This campaign, like many of Nobunaga's endeavors, marked a significant step towards the unification of the country as a whole under his leadership. By the year 1582, Oda Nobunaga had ascended to the zenith of his power, firmly establishing himself as the paramount warlord of Japan and de facto ruler of the nation. His military campaigns and strategic alliances had systematically dismantled the opposition, piece by piece, culminating in the decisive Battle of Tenmokuzan. This battle marked the end of the Takeda clan, a formidable rival, with Takeda Katsuyori and his wife tragically ending their lives in the aftermath of the defeat, a poignant symbol of the Takeda's final downfall. As Nobunaga poised himself for further territorial expansions into Echigo province and Shikoku, His influence and control over Japan seemed practically unstoppable. During this period of consolidation and preparation for new conquests, Ishida Hideyoshi, once Nobunaga's loyal sandal-bearer and now a distinguished general in his own right, laid siege to Takamatsu Castle in Bichu province. This stronghold was crucial to the Mori clan, and its capture would critically undermine Mori's defensive posture. The siege drew reinforcements from Mori Terremoto, intensifying the conflict and compelling Hideyoshi to seek additional support from Nobunaga. In response to Hideyoshi's request, Nobunaga mobilized his leading generals, including Akechi Matsuhide, to assemble their forces for a concerted effort to support the siege. Nobunaga himself planned to lead this significant military expedition, demonstrating his commitment to the campaign and the unity of his leadership. Leaving Azuchi Castle, Nobunaga traveled to Honnoji, a temple in Kyoto that he frequented for tea ceremonies and as a place of rest during his visits to the city. Accompanied by a relatively small revenue of 30 pages, in stark contrast to his son Nobutada, who brought with him 2,000 men on horseback, Nobunaga's presence in Kyoto was part of a broader strategic plan. However, things didn't quite go so peacefully, and the tea ceremony was rather unceremoniously interrupted. The dramatic turn of events in June 1582 marked a critical juncture in Japanese history. Remember Akechi Mitsuhide? Well, he ended up assassinating Nobunaga. Under mysterious circumstances, by the way. It's still the subject of a lot of speculation and intrigue. Mitsuhide, ostensibly acting on Nobunaga's orders, led his troops towards Kyoto. However, upon reaching the Katsura River, he made the fateful decision to turn against Nobunaga, attacking him during a vulnerable moment at the Honnoji Temple. The true motive behind Mitsuhide's betrayal, well, we're still trying to figure that one out, with theories ranging from personal vendettas all the way to political ambitions. On that fateful morning, before dawn, Mitsuhide's forces swiftly surrounded Honnoji, capturing Nobunaga and his small retinue by surprise. Now, despite a reportedly valiant resistance, Nobunaga was quickly overwhelmed. Facing inevitable defeat, he chose to commit seppuku, a decision that underscored the samurai code of honor by which he lived and ultimately died by. But it wasn't all good news for Mitsuhide. His attempts to consolidate power in the aftermath of the coup were met with immediate challenges. His inability to present Nobunaga's body left many to simply doubt the veracity of his claims, undermining his attempt to justify his rebellion and secure broader support. The news of Nobunaga's demise quickly reached Toyotomi Hideyoshi, Nobunaga's most trusted retainer, who was then engaged in the siege of Takamatsu Castle. Sensing the gravity of the situation, Hideyoshi negotiated a swift conclusion to the siege and marched his forces back to Kyoto, executing a strategic maneuver known as Chugoku Ogoeshi. Hideyoshi's rapid response and decisive victory at the Battle of Yamazaki not only avenged Nobunaga, but also marked the beginning of his own ascendancy. As for Matsuhide, well, his reign was very short-lived. Just days after usurping Nobunaga, he was defeated, bringing his brief period of power to a rather violent and chaotic end. Hideyoshi's subsequent consolidation of power and continuation of Nobunaga's legacy of unification underscored a pivotal shift in the Sengoku period, steering Japan towards a period of relative peace, at least compared to before, and stability under the Toyotomi and later Tokugawa shogunates. Well, that's it for our biography of Oda Nobunaga. Did you learn something? I know I did. Man, imagine finding out your auntie just married your enemy and you lost your castle. Now that is a bad day. In the tumultuous era of Japan's Sengoku period, few figures stand out as dramatically as Toyotomi Hideyoshi, a man whose remarkable rise from peasant origins to the pinnacle of power captures the essence of possibility and peril. His meteoric ascent, fueled by a combination of cunning, bravery, and acute political acumen, forever altered the landscape of Japan and laid the groundwork for national unity. Yet Hideyoshi's reign is a multifaceted saga of triumph and contradictions, showcasing the intricate interplay between military prowess and the subtleties of government that define Japanese history. Hello everyone and welcome to the channel. If you're new here, it's great to meet you. And if you're coming back, as always, it's a pleasure to have you with me again. If you'd like to support the channel, why don't you go check out the Patreon? Or, if you'd just like to enjoy the videos, just leave it with a like, comment, and subscribe, if you are so inclined to do so. Well, without further ado, let's get on to today's topic, the life of Toyotomi Hideyoshi. Before the year 1570, the early life of Hideyoshi remains shrouded in mystery, with only sparse documents and letters from that period shedding light on his existence at all. His own writings, which started from 1577, offer very few details about his life before this time. Traditionally, it's believed that Hideyoshi was born on the 16th of February, 1537, according to the Japanese lunar calendar, which translates to the 17th of March, 1537, on the Julian calendar. His place of birth was Nakamura in the Owari province, now part of modern-day Nakamura Ward in Nagoya. During the tumultuous Sengoku period, that's the country at war, the warring states era, very dangerous. This era was characterized by relentless warfare and the downfall of the Ashikaga shogunate. Hideyoshi emerged from humble beginnings, lacking any noble samurai heritage. His father, Kinoshita Yaemon, was an ashigaru, that was essentially a foot soldier serving the samurai class, but without any real prestige. Without a family name and known in his youth as Hiyoshimaru, or Bounty of the Sun, Hideyoshi faced the early loss of his father Yaemon in 1543, when he was merely a lad of 7 years old. Numerous tales swirl around Hideyoshi's younger years, including his venture to a temple for his own education. However, he reportedly soon found the monastic life unsuitable and left in pursuit of greater adventures. Adopting the name Kinoshita Tokijiro, he initially found service within the Imagawa clan, becoming an attendant to a local leader, Matsushita Yukitsuna. His journey took him to the domain of Imagawa Yoshimoto, a daimyo in Suruga province. Hideyoshi's time there was marked by his eventual desertion, absconding with funds that Matsushita Yukitsuna had entrusted to him. I'm sure he regretted that. In the year of 1558, Hideyoshi embarked on a pivotal chapter of his life, joining the ranks of the Oda clan as an ashigaru, or foot soldier. The Oda, ruling over Hideyoshi's native Owari province, were under the command of the ambitious Oda Nobunaga. Oh, and by the way, my 3 videos on Nobunaga, Ieyasu, and Hideyoshi kind of tie in together. Hideyoshi quickly distinguished himself, ascending to the role of Nobunaga's sandal-bearer. It doesn't sound like much, but the sandal-bearer was a person of considerable status, nothing to be scoffed at. His biographers recount how Hideyoshi took charge of Kiyosu Castle's renovations, a narrative often debated for its authenticity, though, and oversaw the clan's kitchen operations. Apparently he was quite skilled behind the stove. His adeptness did not go unnoticed by Nobunaga, by the way, who, after his victory over Imagawa Yoshimoto at the Battle of Okahazama in 1560, recognized Hideyoshi as a trusted advisor. The year 1561 marked Hideyoshi's marriage to One, the adopted progeny of Asano Nagakatsu, a descendant of the illustrious Minamoto no Yoshitsune. Alongside his half-brother Hashiba Koichiro and allies Hachisuka Makatatsu and Maeno Nagayasu, Hideyoshi undertook the fortification of Tsunemata Castle, strategically positioned in hostile territory. Legend celebrates Hideyoshi for erecting a fortification at Tsunemata overnight and unveiling a concealed path to Mount Inaba, leading to the capitulation of the local defenders. Hideyoshi's talent as a negotiator came to the forefront in 1564, particularly in his dealings with Mino warlords. Employing diplomacy and generous monetary incentives, he persuaded many to abandon their allegiance to the Saito clan, securing the loyalty of key figures like the strategist Takenaka Shigeharu for Nobunaga's cause. His efforts were instrumental in Nobunaga's unchallenged conquest of the Inabayama castle in 1567. Now, despite all of his modest origins, in 1568, Hideyoshi had risen to become one of Nobunaga's most esteemed generals, adopting the name Hashiba Hideyoshi, a name derived from the characters of Oda's closest confidants. Hideyoshi's military acumen was further demonstrated in 1570, during the retreat from Azai Asakura forces at Kanagasaki, where he orchestrated a masterful rearguard action. This feat was followed by his leadership at the Battle of Anagawa, marking his debut in commanding Oda troops in open conflict. By 1573, following successful campaigns against the Azai and Asakura, Nobunaga named Hideyoshi daimyo of 3 districts in northern Omi province. Initially stationed at Udani Castle, Hideyoshi later relocated to Kunitomo, renaming it Nagahama in Nobunaga's honor. His tenure in Inahama on Lake Biwa saw the enhancement of the Kunimoto firearms factory, significantly boosting its production. Firearms, by the way, were generally new thing at this time in Japan. Not all of the warlords had them, but the ones that did were very glad to have them. The Portuguese had given the Japanese firearms perhaps some 40, 50 years before. For them it was generally a new idea as well. Moving on. Hideyoshi's military career continued to flourish with his capture of Itami Castle in 1574. Participation in the Battle of Nagashino against the Takeda clan in 1575, and involvement in several significant sieges, including the Siege of Mitsuji, as part of the Ishiyama Honganji War. His contributions were pivotal in Nobunaga's campaign to conquer the Chugoku region from the Mori clan, including battles at Tedorigawa, Miki, Takamatsu, and Dori. During the critical moments of the siege of Takamatsu, a dramatic turn of events unfolded on June the 21st, 1582, when Oda Nobunaga and his eldest son Nobutada fell victim to betrayal. In what is known as now the Honnoji incident, Akechi Mitsuhide's forces launched a treacherous attack, leading to their assassination within the sacred walls of the Honnoji Temple in Kyoto. This tragic event abruptly halted Nobunaga's ambitious endeavor to unify Japan under a centralized rule. In the wake of this betrayal, Hideyoshi swiftly shifted his focus from the ongoing siege to seek retribution for his fallen lord. Prioritizing the need for swift justice over prolonged conflict, he brokered a peace with the Mori clan, freeing himself to confront the perpetrator of Nobunaga's demise. Not more than 13 days following the treachery, Hideyoshi faced Mitsuhide in the Battle of Yamazaki. The decisive engagement not only allowed Hideyoshi to exact his revenge for Nobunaga, but also enabled him to seize the reins of power and authority that Nobunaga himself had once wielded. In the wake of the Honnoji incident on June 21st, 1582, which saw the tragic demise of the Odas, the landscape of Japanese power dynamics was irrevocably altered. Hideyoshi, driven by that desire for retribution, swiftly annihilated the betrayers, and it was his time to shine. In a monumental move to cement his power, Hideyoshi initiated the construction of Osaka Castle in 1582, on the grounds of the erstwhile Ishiyama Honganji Temple, previously razed by Nobunaga. Completed in 1597, this formidable fortress would later emerge as the Toyotomi clan's final bastion following Hideyoshi's passing. As 1582 waned, Hideyoshi's influence began to surge. He orchestrated a gathering of the era's most formidable daimyo at Kiyosu Castle to deliberate on the succession of Nobunaga. The assembly saw Oda Nobukatsu and Nobutaka, Nobunaga's sons, at loggerheads with each other, compelling Hideyoshi to advocate for Nobunaga's grandson, Samboshi, also known as Hidenobu, as the rightful heir. Although Shibata Katsuie initially endorsed Samboshi, he later shifted his allegiance to Nobutaka, for whom he had conducted the Genpuku ceremony, and aligned with Takigawa Kazumasu against Hideyoshi. Genpuku ceremonies, by the way, are like a coming of age. However, Hideyoshi, with the backing of Oda Nobukatsu and the support of other Oda clan leaders, secured both Samboshi and his own standing within the clan. He adeptly distributed Nobunaga's domains among the generals and formed a council of 4 to assist in governance, laying the groundwork for his authority. The rivalry between Hideyoshi and Shibata Katsuie culminated in the Battle of Shizukatake. Here, Hideyoshi's strategic acumen was on full display as he crushed Katsuie's forces, consolidating his power, neutralizing opposition within the Oda clan, and extending his control over 30 provinces. This battle was notable not just for Hideyoshi's triumph, but also for the valor of Dom Justo Takayama, the esteemed Christian daimyo and samurai who fought valiantly alongside Hideyoshi. In 1584, the stage was set for a significant confrontation in the wake of Nobunaga's death, as Nobukatsu, another one of Nobunaga's sons, continued to express his open hostility towards Hideyoshi. Aligning with Tokugawa Ieyasu, Nobukatsu's alliance set the groundwork for the Battle of Komaki and Nagakute. This clash, however, did not decisively favor either side, and in the end it resulted in a tactical stalemate. While Hideyoshi's forces sustained considerable losses, neither he nor Ieyasu directly engaged in combat with each other. Ieyasu's strategy effectively halted the progress of Hideyoshi's allies, demonstrating the complexities of samurai warfare and alliances. The conflict reached a turning point following the deaths of Ikeda Tsuneoki and Mori Nagayoshi, prompting both Hideyoshi and Ieyasu to withdraw their forces. In the aftermath, Hideyoshi sought reconciliation, extending peace to both Nobukatsu and Ieyasu. thereby dissolving the immediate cause for war between the Tokugawa and Hashiba clans. In a gesture of goodwill, and as a strategic move to secure peace, Hideyoshi sent his young sister, Asahi no Kata, and their mother, Omandokoro, to Ieyasu as hostages. Amidst all of this, Hideyoshi's status and influence continued to rapidly ascend. Now, unlike his predecessor, Oda Nobunaga, Hideyoshi did not attain the shogunate. Instead, he pursued a different path to legitimize and enhance his standing. By being adopted by Konoe Sakihisa, a member of the esteemed Fujiwara clan, Hideyoshi aligned himself with one of the most noble lineages in Japan. This strategic move paved the way for him to acquire a series of high-ranking court titles, culminating in the prestigious appointment as Imperial Regent in 1585. That same year, in a significant ceremonial gesture, the imperial court formally bestowed upon him the clan name Toyotomi, marking his departure from the Fujiwara identity. Hideyoshi's ambitions were not solely martial, nor were they solely political. In 1587, he constructed the luxurious Jurukudai Palace, embodying his wealth, power, and showing off his cultural sophistication. This grand residence also served as a venue for entertaining the highest echelons of society, including Emperor Go-Yozei, whom Hideyoshi hosted in 1588, a year later. These developments not only consolidated Hideyoshi's dominion over the military and political spheres, but also signified his pronounced impact on the cultural landscape of the country, demonstrating his unique blend of martial skill, political acumen, and cultural patronage. Later, in 1585, Hideyoshi targeted the Negoro-ji Temple, a stronghold of warrior monks of Ki province skilled in firearms and allied with both the Iko-Iki and Tokugawa Ieyasu, Hideyoshi's notable adversary. Their support for Tokugawa in the prior conflict at Komaki and Nagakute provoked Hideyoshi's campaign against them. After eliminating other militant outposts in the region, Hideyoshi's forces besieged Negoro-ji, attacking from multiple directions. The monks, many of whom retreated to Ota Castle, faced Hideyoshi's onslaught as the temple was set aflame, with the samurai mercilessly cutting down those who attempted to flee the raging inferno. The campaign in Shikoku in 1585 marked another ambitious military endeavor by Hideyoshi, with an impressive force led by Toyotomi Hidenaga, Toyotomi Hidetsugu, Ukita Hideie, and the Mori clans Takakage and Motoharu. Hideyoshi aimed to conquer Shikoku, the smallest of Japan's 4 main islands, then under the control of Chokusabe Motochika. Despite the vast numerical superiority of Hideyoshi's army, Motochika resolved to defend his domain. The conflict reached its zenith at the siege of Ichinomiya Castle, which endured for a long and grueling 26 days. Ultimately, Motochika capitulated, retaining control of Tosa province, while Hideyoshi's generals divided the rest of Shikoku among themselves. The Toyama campaign in the late summer of 1585 saw Hideyoshi turning his attention to Echu and Hida provinces. Leading a substantial force, Hideyoshi dispatched Kanamori Nagachika to dismantle the Anagakoji clan of Hida, culminating in the siege of Toyama Castle. The castle, defended by Sasa Narimasa and significantly outnumbered, quickly fell to Hideyoshi, and he once again asserted his dominance over a new region. In the following year, 1586, the Kyushu campaign represented Hideyoshi's effort to bring Kyushu under his control, challenging the Shimazu clan. With Toyotomi Hidenaga leading a southern assault and Hideyoshi himself advancing from the west, their combined forces, vastly outnumbering the Shimazu, converged in Satsuma. The subsequent surrender of the Shimazu and the siege of Kagoshima Castle marked a significant victory for Hideyoshi, paving the way for his campaign against the Hojo clan in Kanto, the last major clan left to oppose him. Amidst these military achievements, in 1587, Hideyoshi took steps to banish Christian missionaries from Kyushu, aiming to tighten his grip on the region and its daimyo, many of whom were Christian. You see, this is where the Portuguese were getting in. Despite the official stance, Hideyoshi's practical approach to trade with Europeans meant that individual Christians often continued their activities unofficially. Very complex. In a strategic move to solidify his control and quell potential uprisings, Hideyoshi initiated the renowned sword hunt of 1588. This decree prohibited ordinary peasants from possessing weapons, compelling the collection of arms across the realm. The confiscated weapons were repurposed into a symbolic statue of Buddha, reflecting Hideyoshi's intent to impose peace and order by disarming the populace. This act effectively quelled peasant revolts, secured a more stable regime, but at the cost of the individual daimyo's autonomy. Oh, I can see the Americans listening to this shaking their head now. Hello to all American listeners. The Odawara campaign in 1590 marked a significant milestone in Hideyoshi's military endeavors, targeting the Hojo clan's stronghold in the Kanto region. This campaign was notable for its alliance between Hideyoshi and Tokugawa, showcasing a united front against the Hojo. The besieging force, numbering around 200,000, laid siege to Odawara Castle, which was defended by around 82,000 Hojo warriors. This siege, distinguished by its unconventional tactics, including entertainment for the samurai by a host of performers, lasted 3 months, before the Hojo eventually capitulated. This victory dissolved the last vestiges of resistance to Hideyoshi's rule, marking the end of the Sengoku period. In a strategic exchange, Ieyasu traded his 5 provinces for the 8 Hojo-ruled provinces in Kanto, cementing their alliance further. The death of Sen no Rikyu in February of 1591 under Hideyoshi's orders marked a tragic turn in their relationship. Rikyu, a revered master of the tea ceremony and a close confidant to Hideyoshi, had significantly influenced Japanese cultural aesthetics. Despite his subsequent focus on no, that's a kind of Japanese entertainment, Hideyoshi's continued engagement with projects reflecting Rikyu's aesthetics hinted at possible remorse over his drastic decision. The Konohe Rebellion in 1591, an insurrection led by Konohe Masazane against the Nanbu clan in Mutsu province, represented the final conflict in Hideyoshi's campaign to unify Japan. With the support of Hideyoshi and Tokugawa Ieyasu, the rebellion was quickly crushed, culminating in the siege of Konohe Castle. The overwhelming might of Hideyoshi's forces led to Mazane's surrender and the execution of the castle's defenders, effectively consolidating Hideyoshi's control and concluding the Sengoku period. The precarious future for the Toyotomi was starkly highlighted by the death of Hideyoshi's only child, Tsurumatsu, in the September of 1591, followed closely by the demise of his half-brother Hidenaga. This series of unfortunate events left Hideyoshi without a direct heir, until he chose to adopt his nephew Hidetsugu, naming him as the successor in January 1592. In a significant shift of power, Hideyoshi then resigned from his position in Kampaku, adopting the venerable title of Taiko, essentially a retired regent, thus enabling Hidetsugu to step into the role of Kampaku. Amidst concerns of his declining health, Hideyoshi remained driven by a desire to achieve a grandiose feat that would truly cement his legacy. Embracing the ambitious dream of his predecessor, Oda Nobunaga, Hideyoshi set his sights on the monumental goal of conquering the Ming dynasty through an invasion of Korea, then known as Koryu or Joseon. By the Ming dynasty, he means China, by the way. And the Ming dynasty, well, that was a big one. So he certainly got some very big goals. Now, this bold objective mirrored Nobunaga's expansive vision and underscored Hideyoshi's aspiration to leave a permanent mark on history. Hideyoshi's interactions with Korea began as early as 1587, some years earlier, with requests for safe passage through Korea into China, reflecting his long-standing ambition. Korea, which was allied with Ming China and wary of potential consequences, steadfastly refused these overtures. The Joseon government's apprehensions were rooted in the fear that granting passage to Japanese forces would inevitably draw massive Ming Chinese military presence onto Korean soil, so as they had a chance to confront Hideyoshi's army, and thereby jeopardizing Korean security. Despite initial rebuffs in April and July of 1591, Hideyoshi remained persistent. ultimately commanding the commencement of preparations for an invasion of Korea in the August of 1591, setting the stage for a significant military campaign that would further extend his influence and challenge the regional power dynamics of East Asia. In the inaugural campaign against Korea, which commenced in April of 1592, Hideyoshi orchestrated a meticulously planned invasion. He appointed Ukita Hideye as the field marshal, setting the stage for a strategic assault on the Korean peninsula. By June of the same year, Konoshi Yukinaga had led the occupation of Seoul, the capital of the Joseon dynasty, marking a swift and decisive advance. The fall of Seoul prompted Japanese commanders to convene a war council within the city, where they devised the Hachi Dokuniwari strategy, entailing the division of Korea into 8 sectors for targeted conquests. Each sector was assigned to one of the 8 divisions of Hideyoshi's army, spearheading simultaneous assaults across the peninsula. This strategy of dispersion saw notable generals leading their divisions against various provinces as follows. Pyongyang in the north was targeted by Konishi Yukinaga's 1st Division. Hamyong fell under the purview of Kato Kiyomasa. Hwanghae was to be conquered by Kuroda Nagamasa. Gwangwon faced the onslaught of Mori Katsunaga's 4th Division, while Chongcheong was assigned to Fukushima Masanori. Kubakawa Takakage was assigned Jeolla, and Gyeongsang was the objective of Mori Teramoto's 7th Division. The 8th and final division, led by Ukita Hideye, was assigned Gyeonggi, including Seoul. This comprehensive and rapid campaign yielded significant territorial gains within just 4 short months, providing Hideyoshi's forces with a pathway into northern China and dominating much of Korea. However, the Korean king Sunjo of Joseon, in a desperate bid for survival, retreated to Uiju and implored Ming China for military support. In response, the Wan Li Emperor dispatched a formidable army led by General Li Ru-song in 1593, aiming to thwart the Japanese advance into China and reclaim the Korean peninsula. General Li's forces, numbering around 43,000, launched a counter-offensive that recaptured Pyongyang in January 1593, encircling Seoul later on. And yes, that Pyongyang is the Pyongyang you're thinking of, up in the north. Despite their successes, the Japanese commanders, including Takakage and Hideki, managed a victory at the Battle of Byokjaegwan. Nevertheless, the Japanese naval forces faced a devastating defeat at the hands of Admiral Yi Sun-sin, crippling Japan's logistical capabilities and effectively halting the ambitious conquest of China. The campaign's conclusion not only marked a significant setback for Hideyoshi's imperial aspirations, but it also coincided with domestic crises. The birth of Hideyoshi's 2nd son, Hideyori, in 1593, introduced a quandary of succession, prompting the tragic exile and subsequent forced taking of one's own life of Hideyoshi's nephew and designated heir, Hidetsugu, in 1595. Pardon me, there's certain words that YouTube do not like. Anyway, the ensuing purge of Hidetsugu's family underscored the brutal measures Hideyoshi was willing to take to secure his dynasty's continuity. For example, in a stark demonstration of Hideyoshi's increasingly severe stance on Christianity, January 1597 saw the arrest of 26 Christians, comprising European and Japanese adherents, who were then subjected to public crucifixion in Nagasaki. This act of suppression aimed to deter the Japanese populace from converting to Christianity, reflecting Hideyoshi's efforts to consolidate his control over Japan amidst his expansive military campaigns. I have a whole video on the Christian persecutions in Japan, if you want to know more about that. But we'll just briefly gloss over that in this video, as it's quite a deep topic. The prolonged conflict in Korea, marked by intermittent negotiations and miscommunications, led to a stalemate between the opposing forces. Both the Japanese and Ming envoys, each mistakenly believing they had conversed the other into submission, reported false victories to their respective leaders. That's right. One person reported that the other side had surrendered, while the other side reported to their side the same. So they both simply went their separate ways. Well, this breakdown in diplomacy prompted Hideyoshi to commission Kobayakawa Hideaki with the task of spearheading a second invasion of Korea, in hopes of replicating or at least surpassing the initial campaign's achievements. However, this renewed effort failed to gain momentum, at least as much momentum as the first invasion got, with the Japanese forces largely confined to Gyeongsang province. By the June of 1598, the situation on the Korean peninsula had become increasingly dire. Despite successfully repelling multiple Chinese offenses at Suncheon and Sacheon, the Japanese found themselves simply unable to advance any further. The Ming army, gathering its strength, was poised for a final, decisive push. Amidst these challenges, the Battle of Sacheon, led by Shimazu Yoshihiro, stood out as a significant Japanese triumph. Yet the victory was bittersweet, as it came at a time when all involved, China, Japan, and Korea, were grappling with the immense toll of the protracted conflict. Exhausted by the relentless warfare, and aware of the sacrifices his troops had made, Hideyoshi's concern for his soldiers' welfare deepened. His admonition to his commander in Korea, imploring that its soldiers should not be left to perish far from their homeland, reflected a poignant acknowledgement of the war's human cost. This sentiment underscored the diminishing returns of the military campaign and hinted at the shifting priorities in Hideyoshi's strategy, as he grappled with the realities of a war that had extended far beyond its anticipated scope and scale. Either way, even if they did manage to conquer Korea, what would be left to conquer China with? Not very much. Well, unfortunately, those dreams of conquering that great ancient kingdom had to fall by the wayside, as Toyotomi Hideyoshi passed away on September 18th, 1598, at Fushimi Castle. His parting words to his closest daimyo and generals highlighted his reliance on them, expressing a poignant farewell without leaving any final instructions. In an effort to maintain morale, his death was concealed by the Council of Five Elders, who then commanded the Japanese forces in Korea to retreat. Hideyoshi's inability to secure Korea thwarted any further ambitions to invade China. In the aftermath of Hideyoshi's demise, the Council of Five Elders struggled to curtail the ambitions of Tokugawa Ieyasu. High-ranking generals Kato Kiyomasa and Fukushima Masanori, despite their valiant service in war, returned to find Ishida Mitsunari wielding power and showing them disdain. This led them to align with Tokugawa Ieyasu. The influence once held by Hideyoshi's young son and heir, Hideyori, had diminished rapidly. Ieyasu's ascendancy was cemented by the victory of his Eastern Army over the Western Army, led by Ishida Mitsunari, at the Battle of Sekigahara in 1600. By 1603, Ieyasu was appointed shogun, founding the Tokugawa shogunate, which would dominate Japan for over 2 centuries. His subsequent assaults on Osaka Castle in 1614 and 15 resulted in the tragic deaths of Yodo Dono, Hideyoshi's concubine, and Hideyori, effectively extinguishing the Toyotomi lineage. The lack of adult heirs, leaving only the young Hideyori as a successor, is widely regarded as a pivotal factor in the Toyotomi dynasty's decline and eventual collapse. The earlier deaths of Hideyoshi's brother, Hidenaga, a crucial supporter of his rise to power, in 1591, and his nephew Hidetsugu, his sole adult heir in 1595 under orders for suspected rebellion, severely destabilized the Toyotomi's regime's foundation. Well, either way, Ieyasu would be the one who takes over the mantle, and as one warlord falls, another rises to take his place. Well, thank you very much for listening. I hope you had fun. I hope you learned something. Isn't it so fascinating, this period of time? And aren't we so lucky that it's so well documented by those primary sources? Tokugawa Ieyasu was the founder and first shogun of the Tokugawa shogunate of Japan. As one of Japan's great unifiers, alongside Oda Nobunaga and Toyotomi Hideyoshi, he rose from humble beginnings as the son of a minor daimyo, feudal lord, to become a key figure in Japanese history. After serving as a hostage under daimyo Imagawa Yoshimoto, Ieyasu succeeded his father as a proper daimyo and allied with the powerful Oda clan, ultimately consolidating his strength and leadership after the Battle of Sekigahara in 1600. Hello everyone and welcome to the channel. If you're new here, it's good to meet you, and if you're coming back, it's a pleasure to have you here again. If you want to support the channel, consider taking a look at my Patreon, where all the videos are ad-free. Otherwise, like and subscribe if you're yet to do so. Without further ado, let's get on to our video for today, a biography of Tokugawa Ieyasu. Tokugawa Ieyasu, originally named Matsudaira Takechiyo, was born in Okazaki Castle on the 26th day of the 12th month of the 11th year of Tenbun, according to the Japanese calendar. One must remember they had a calendar of their own, much like the Chinese. His parents were Matsudaira Hirotada, the daimyo of Mikawa and the Matsudaira clan, and Odai Nokata, the daughter of a neighboring samurai lord, Mizuno Tadumasa. Despite being step-siblings, his parents were 17 and 15 years old respectively when Tachichio was born. In the year of his birth, the Matsudaira clan faced internal strife. In 1543, Hirotada's uncle, Matsudaira Nobutaka, defected to the Oda clan, emboldening Oda Nobuhide to attack Okazaki. Following this, Hirotada's father-in-law passed away, and his heir, Mizuno Nobumoto, renewed the clan's animosity towards the Matsudaira by aligning themselves with Oda Nobuhide. Consequently, Hirotada divorced Odai Nokata and sent her back to her family. After that, Hirotada entered into new marriages, resulting in Takechio gaining 11 half-siblings. Remember, Tokugawa Ieyasu was originally named Matsudaira Takechio, so for the times he was going by the name of Takechio, we will refer to him as such. Amid Oda Nobuhide's persistent assaults on Okazaki, Hirotada returned to his influential neighbor to the east, Imagawa Yoshimoto, seeking assistance. Yoshimoto agreed to an alliance, under the condition that Hirotada send his young heir to the Senpu domain as a hostage. Oda Nobuhide intercepted this plan and orchestrated the abduction of Takechio, who was merely a 5-year-old at this time. Nobuhide issued a dire ultimatum, threatening to execute Takechio unless Hirotada severed all ties with the Imagawa clan. Despite Hirotada's steadfast refusal, Nobuhide detained Takechio for the subsequent 3 years at Honshoji Temple in Nagoya. Legend has it that Nobunaga crossed paths with Takechio at this location when Takechio was 6 years old and Nobunaga was 14. In 1549, at the tender age of 6 years old, Takechio faced another tumultuous event, the murder of his father Hirotada, orchestrated by his own vassals, who had received bribes, and rather generous ones, from the Oda clan. This tragic event coincided with Oda Nobuhide's demise due to an epidemic, inflicting a severe blow upon the Oda clan. The year 1551 brought further upheaval when an army commanded by Imagawa Sesai besieged the castle where Oda Nobuhiro, Nobuhide's illegitimate eldest son, was residing. Trapped by the Imagawa clan, Nobuhiro's fate shifted when Oda Nobunaga, Nobuhide's second son and heir, intervened through negotiations. Sesai struck a pact with Nobunaga to repatriate Takechio to the Imagawa clan, a proposition which Nobunaga agreed to. Consequently, Takechio, now 9 years old, became a hostage once again, this time to the Imagawa clan, remaining in Sunpu until 1556, when he reached the age of 14. In 1556, Takechio underwent his Genbuku ceremony, signifying his official transition into adulthood under the guidance of Imagawa Yoshimoto. Embracing tradition, he adopted the name Matsudaira Jirosaburo Motonobu. During this time, he briefly returned to Okazaki to pay homage to his father's tomb and receive the allegiance of his nominal retainers, led by the Karo Tori Tadayoshi. At the age of 15, Takechio married Lady Tsukiyama, a relative of Imagawa Yoshimoto, assuming the name Matsudaira Kurandanosuke Motoyasu. Within a year, their son, Matsudaira Nobuyasu, was born, after which Takechio was permitted to return to Mikawa province. Tasked by the Imagawa clan, he engaged in battles against the Oda clan, commencing with the siege of Terabe in 1558. Despite Suzuki Shigeru's betrayal of the Imagawa to Oda Nobunaga, Motoyasu and his retainers launched an attack, ultimately burning down the main castle and repelling Oda's army's assault on their rear lines. In the following year, he played a crucial role in the siege of Odaka, the lone fortress among 5 disputed frontier forts remaining under Imagawa control. Through diversionary tactics on neighboring forts, he successfully facilitated the delivery of supplies to Odaka, ensuring its resilience against the Oda clan forces. By 1559, Oda Nobunaga had assumed leadership of the Oda clan. In 1560, Imagawa Yoshimoto, commanding a formidable army of 25,000 soldiers, launched an attack into Oda territory. Meanwhile, Motoyasu, that is, Tokugawa's new name, remember, Motoyasu received orders to undertake a distinct mission, to capture the stronghold of Marune. Consequently, he and his troops were absent during the Battle of Okehazama, where Yoshimoto fell victim to Nobunaga's unexpected ambush. With the demise of Yoshimoto and the ensuing chaos within the Imagawa clan, Motoyasu seized the opportunity to assert his autonomy, reclaiming his ancestral seat at the abandoned Okazaki castle. Recognizing the need for strategic alliances, Motoyasu sought to collaborate with Oda Nobunaga, necessitating a clandestine arrangement due to the captivity of his wife, Lady Tsukiyama, and son, Nobuyasu, held hostage by Imagawa Ujizane, Yoshimoto's successor. In 1561, Motoyasu openly defied the Imagawa clan by capturing the fortress of Kaminogo, employing stealth tactics orchestrated by forces under Hattori Hanzo, who infiltrated the castle under the cover of darkness, resulting in its fiery downfall and the capture of Udono Nagamochi's 2 sons as leverage for the release of Motoyasu's family. In 1563, Matsudaira Nobuyasu, Motoyasu's eldest son, entered into matrimony with Oda Nobunaga's daughter, Tokuhime. Meanwhile, Motoyasu underwent a significant transformation, adopting the name Matsudaira Ieyasu in February 1563. Over the ensuing years, Ieyasu dedicated himself to revitalizing the Matsudaira clan and subduing unrest in Mikawa, bolstering his key allies and confronting challenges posed to the Ikoiki movement, that was a peasant uprising led by militant monks of the Jodo Shinshu sect, culminating in battles such as the Battle of Azukazaka in 1564. On January the 15th, 1564, Ieyasu made the pivotal decision to concentrate his forces and launch an assault to eradicate the Ikoiki from Mikawa. Despite facing desertion from some of his own vassals, who sympathized with the rebellion, such as Honda Masanobu and Natsume Yoshinobu. Engaging in the front lines, Ieyasu narrowly escaped death when struck by several bullets that failed to penetrate his armor, highlighting the adoption of gunpowder weapons introduced by the Portuguese 2 decades earlier. Following a fierce battle, the Ikoiki were vanquished and defeated. This solidified Ieyasu's control over Mikawa province by 1565. In 1567, Ieyasu initiated the establishment of the Tokugawa family name, formally adopting the title Tokugawa Ieyasu. Despite hailing from the Matsudaira clan, with claimed descent from the Seiwa Genji branch of the Minamoto clan, the Matsudaira's ancestral link to Emperor Seiwa lacked substantial evidence. Nevertheless, Ieyasu successfully petitioned the imperial court for a name change, securing the courtesy title Mikawa no Kami, the Lord of Mikawa, and the court rank of junior 5th rank lower grade. Now, despite their newfound autonomy, the Tokugawa remained under the influence of Nobunaga, with Ieyasu maintaining allegiance to Nobunaga and contributing Mikawa soldiers to his army during the capture of Kyoto in 1568. Simultaneously, Ieyasu aimed to expand eastward into Totomi province, forging an alliance with Takeda Shingen of the Takeda clan to help seize Imagawa territory. In 1569, Ieyasu's forces advanced into Totomi province, while Takeda Shingen's troops seized Suruga province, including the Imagawa capital of Sunbu. Pursued to Kakegawa Castle, Imagawa Ujizane sought refuge as Ieyasu besieged the stronghold. Negotiating with Ujizane, Ieyasu offered to assist in regaining Suruga if Ujizane would surrender Totomi province. With nothing to lose, Ujizane decided to capitulate, prompting Ieyasu to terminate his alliance with Takeda and instead forge a new pact with Takeda's adversary, Uesugi Kenshin of the Uesugi clan. These strategic maneuvers garnered the support of the samurai in Totomi province. In 1570, Ieyasu designated Hamamatsu as his new territorial capital, entrusting his son, Nobuyasu, with leadership in Okazaki. In mid-1570, Azai Nagamasa, Nobunaga's brother-in-law, betrayed their alliance during the siege of Kanagasaki, prompting Nobunaga to prepare to confront Nagamasa for his disloyalty. Ieyasu, leading 5,000 of his men, joined forces with Nobunaga for the Battle of Anagawa near Lake Biwa in Omi province. Together, they defeated the combined armies of the Azai and Asakura clans, marking the first collaborative victory between the two of them. Following this conflict, Takeda Shingen, in October 1571, terminated the alliance with the Oda Tokugawa coalition and aligned with the Odawara Hojo clan, setting sights on Kyoto at the behest of the shogun Ashikaga Yoshiaki. Initiating his campaign against Ieyasu, Shingen targeted key Tokugawa territories in Totomi, including Nishikawa, Yoshika, and Futamata castles. Despite the initial setbacks, Ieyasu rallied support from Nobunaga, and the two clashed with Shingen's forces at the Battle of Matakigahara in 1573. Outnumbered, Ieyasu suffered a significant defeat, but orchestrated a strategic withdrawal, feigning a dignified reception upon retreat to sow confusion among the Takeda ranks. This ruse thwarted Shingen's attempt to besiege Hamamatsu Castle, ultimately leading to the collapse of the Takeda offensive. Following Shingen's demise in 1573, his son, Takeda Katsuyori, inherited the leadership, but he proved to be less formidable. In subsequent arrangements, including the siege of Nagashino Castle in 1575, Ieyasu enlisted Nobunaga's aid to repel Takeda incursions. Despite sustaining heavy losses, Ieyasu emerged victorious, solidifying control over Suruga province and weakening the Takeda clan's grip on the region. In 1579, accusations of collusion with Takeda Katsuyori led to the execution of Ieyasu's wife, Lady Tsukiyama, and the forced life-taking of his heir, Nobuyasu. Ieyasu then designated his third son, Tokugawa Hidetada, as his new successor. Subsequent conflicts culminated in the Second Siege of Takatenjin in 1580–81, followed by the conquest of Kai province in 1582, which culminated in Takeda Katsuyori's defeat and seppuku at the Battle of Tenmokuzan. However, amidst the triumph, news of Nobunaga's demise at the Honjoji incident in June 1582 reached Ieyasu during a tour of the Kansai region. Mobilizing his forces, Ieyasu, with the assistance of his retainer Hattori Hanzo, eluded Akechi Mitsuhide's troops and strategically navigated through hostile territories, eventually returning to Mikawa. His return coincided with Toyotomi Hideyoshi's victory over Matsuhide at the Battle of Yamazaki, marking a pivotal moment in Japan's tumultuous power struggles. Following Oda Nobunaga's death at Honnoji Temple, a Kai province lord's fatal mistake of killing one of Ieyasu's aides prompted Ieyasu to swiftly invade Kai and seize control. In response, Hojo Ujimasa mobilized a larger army into Shinano province, and then Kai province. Eventually a settlement was reached, granting Ieyasu domain over both provinces, while the Hojo clan gained control of Kazusa province alongside portions of Kai and Shinano. In 1583, a struggle for dominance erupted between Toyotomi Hideyoshi and Shibata Katsuie. Yet Ieyasu refrained from taking sides, maintaining his reputation for prudence and sagacity. Hideyoshi's victory at the Battle of Shizukatake propelled him to preeminence in Japan. However, in 1581, Ieyasu risked the Tokugawa clan's survival by backing Oda Nobunaga, Nobunaga's eldest living son, against Toyotomi Hideyoshi. Tokugawa forces secured the Oda stronghold of Owari, prompting Hideyoshi to retaliate by sending an army into Owari, marking the commencement of the Komaki and Nagakute campaign, the sole instance where Japan's great unifiers clashed. The campaign culminated in a stalemate, leading to negotiations between Hideyoshi and Ieyasu. Hideyoshi first reconciled with Oda Nobunaga before extending a truce to Ieyasu. Terms were finalized by year-end, including the adoption of Ieyasu's second son, Ogimaru, by Hideyoshi, while Ieyasu's aide, Ishikawa Kazumasa, aligned with Hideyoshi in Osaka. Few other Tokugawa retainers followed suit. Due to understandable distrust, 5 years elapsed before Hideyoshi and Ieyasu fought as allies again. The Tokugawa abstained from Hideyoshi's successful invasion of Shikoku in 1585 and the Kyushu campaign of 1587. In 1590, Hideyoshi launched an assault on the last independent daimyo in Japan, Hojo Ujimasa, whose clan ruled the 8 provinces of the Kanto region. Despite his friendship and occasional alliance with Ujimasa, Ieyasu joined forces with Hideyoshi, contributing his sizable army of 30,000 samurai to Hideyoshi's massive force of approximately 160,000. The Odawara campaign marked the inaugural joint operation of Ieyasu and Hideyoshi. While most of their troops besieged various Hojo castles, the bulk of the army focused on capturing Odawara Castle. After a 6-month siege, with minimal casualties on both sides, Hideyoshi proposed a radical exchange to Ieyasu, the 8 Kanto provinces, in exchange for the 5 provinces under Ieyasu's control, including his home province of Mikawa. Ieyasu agreed to this, and the overwhelmed Hojo clan capitulated. Their leaders took their own lives, enabling Ieyasu to assume control of their provinces easily, thus ending their century-long reign. Furthermore, during the siege of Odawara, the Sanohei faction of the Nanbu clan, led by Nanbu Nobunaga, pledged allegiance to Hideyoshi. In return, Nobunaga was acknowledged as the clan chieftain and confirmed as a daimyo of his existing holdings in the northern district of Mutsu province. However, Kunohei Masazane, lord of Konohe Castle and the leader of the Konohe faction, contested Nobunaga's claim and began a rebellion. Hideyoshi and Ieyasu perceived the Konohe rebellion as a challenge to Toyotomi authority and swiftly organized a retaliatory army to reclaim northern Tohoku and reinstate control under Nanbu Nobunaga's leadership. In 1591, Ieyasu relinquished control of his 5 provinces, Mikawa, Totomi, Suruga, Shinano, and Kai, and relocated all of his soldiers and vassals to his new domain, encompassing the 8 provinces of the Kanto region. He established himself in the castle town of Edo, a move considered one of the riskiest in his career, as it relied on the uncertain loyalty of the former Hojo samurai in Kanto. However, this gamble proved to be highly successful for Ieyasu. He reorganized and pacified the region, gaining the allegiance of the Hojo samurai and enhancing the economic infrastructure. Kanto's relative isolation allowed Ieyasu to forge alliances with daimyos from northeastern Japan, such as Date Masamune and Mogami Yoshiaki, while maintaining a level of autonomy from Hideyoshi's authority. Within a few years, Ieyasu emerged as the second most powerful daimyo in Japan, a feat encapsulated in the Japanese proverb, Ieyasu won the empire by retreating. During the Korean campaign of 1592, led by Hideyoshi as part of his grand strategy to conquer China, the Tokugawa samurai refrained from participation. In 1593, as Hideyoshi's health began to deteriorate, he fathered a son and an heir. Toyotomi Hideyoshi Ieyasu was summoned to Hideyoshi's court in Nagoya as a military advisor and entrusted with commanding reserve troops for the Korean campaign. Despite intermittent absences, Ieyasu's sons, loyal retainers, and vassals effectively managed and developed Edo and the newly acquired Tokugawa territories. However, the staggering costs of the Korean invasions weakened the Toyotomi's clan's influence in Japan. In 1598, with Hideyoshi's demise ever more imminent, he convened a meeting to establish the Council of 5 Elders, responsible for governing on behalf of his young son Hideyori. The council, comprising of Maeda Toshie, Mori Teramoto, Ukita Hidie, and Uesugi Kakagutsu, and Ieyasu of course, marked a significant shift in the pre-Sekigahara power dynamics. As Hideyoshi passed away in September 1598, Ieyasu began forging alliances with daimyos, opposed to Hideyoshi's rule. Additionally, the death of Maeda Toshie in 1599 further altered the political landscape. Following the deaths of Hideyoshi in 1598 and Maeda Toshie in 1599, Ieyasu sieged Osaka Castle, Hideyori's residence, which incited opposition from the remaining 3 regents. Tensions escalated, and preparations for conflict were made on all fronts. The focal point of opposition against Ieyasu emerged around Ishida Mitsunari, a prominent daimyo and former top administrator in Hideyoshi's government. Mitsunari plotted Ieyasu's demise, prompting some of Ieyasu's generals to attempt his assassination. Surprisingly, Ieyasu extended protection to Mitsunari, possibly recognizing the strategic advantage of having him lead the enemy forces instead of the regents, who held much greater legitimacy. Japan's daimyo and samurai divided into two factions, the Western army, led by Mitsunari, and the Eastern army, led by Ieyasu. Ieyasu gathered support from allies such as Kiyomasa, Masanori, and Yoshiaki, among others, while Mitsunari aligned with regents and daimyos from Western Japan. Tensions escalated further when Uesugi Kenshin, one of Hideyoshi's regents, fortified his military at Aizu in defiance of Ieyasu's demands. In response to this, Ieyasu mobilized his forces, accusing the Uesugi clan of planning a rebellion. By the July of 1600, Ieyasu had returned to Edo, while his allies moved their armies to confront the Uesugi clan. On September 8th, news arrived that Mitsunari's forces had captured Fushimi Castle and were advancing against Ieyasu. Ieyasu convened with the Eastern Army daimyo, solidifying his commitment to the cause. It was then when the decisive Battle of Sekigahara unfolded on October 20th, 1600, where Ieyasu's Eastern Army clashed with Mitsunari's Western Army. Despite setbacks such as Hidetada's delayed arrival due to a skirmish in Shinano province, Ieyasu emerged victorious. This is indeed a pivotal moment in Japanese history, and I will do a full video on this battle in particular. The Battle of Sekigahara, one of the largest and most significant conflicts in Japanese feudal history. Well, it certainly deserves its own video. Initially, Tokugawa's Eastern Army numbered around 75,000 men, while Mitsunari's Western Army boasted at around 120,000 soldiers. Ieyasu had the strategic advantage of secretly supplying his forces with arquebuses. Now remember, the Portuguese had come a little bit earlier, and this was generally a new technology, but quite a powerful one, if you could get your hands on it. Anticipating the Tokugawa advance towards Osaka, Mitsunari abandoned his position and marched to Sekigahara. Despite the tactical superiority of the Western Army, Ieyasu had already secured alliances with many daimyo within Mitsunari's ranks, offering them land and clemency post-battle. Additionally, Ieyasu had covertly communicated with Toyotomi Hideyoshi's nephew, Hideaki. As 170,000 troops faced off, the battle commenced, culminating in a decisive victory for Tokugawa's forces. Following the triumph, Ieyasu redistributed land among his loyal vassals, sparing some western daimyo such as the Shimazu clan while dismantling others entirely. Toyotomi Hideyoshi, the son of Hideyoshi, saw most of his territories under the control of Western daimyo lost, relegating him to a mere daimyo status rather than a ruler of Japan. Those who pledged allegiance to Ieyasu before Sekigahara were termed Fudai daimyo, while those who did so afterward were considered Tozama daimyo and were viewed as inferior daimyo. On March 24th, 1603, now at the age of 60 years old, Tokugawa Ieyasu was bestowed with the prestigious title of Shogun by Emperor Go-Yozei. By achieving this honor, Ieyasu surpassed his contemporaries, including Nobunaga, Shingen, Hideyoshi, and Kenshin. As shogun, he decided his remaining years to be establishing and strengthening the Tokugawa shogunate, which marked the beginning of the Edo period and became the third shogunal government in Japanese history, following the Kamakura and Ashikaga periods. Claiming descent from the Minamoto clan, who founded the Kamakura shogunate through the Nita clan, Ieyasu's descendants would later form alliances with the Taira clan and the Fujiwara clan. The Tokugawa shogunate would go on to govern Japan for the ensuing 260 years. Following a tradition deeply ingrained in Japanese culture, Ieyasu voluntarily relinquished his position as shogun in 1605. His successor was his son, Tokugawa Hidetada. Multiple factors may have influenced Ieyasu's decision, including a desire to avoid ceremonial obligations, to obscure the true locus of power from potential adversaries, and to ensure a smooth transition of authority to his successor. Despite his abdication, Ieyasu retained practical control over the government and continued to wield significant influence. Nevertheless, Hidetada assumed the formal role as the head of the shogunal bureaucracy. From 1605 onward, as the retired shogun, Ieyasu continued to work behind the scenes. While residing in Sunpu Castle, Ieyasu oversaw the monumental construction of Edo Castle, a project that consumed the remainder of his life. The result was the largest castle in Japan, with costs borne by other daimyo, while Ieyasu simply reaped the benefits. Although the central donjon, or Tenshu, was destroyed in the Meireki fire of 1657, today the site is occupied by the Imperial Palace. In 1611, Ieyasu led a procession of 50,000 men to Kyoto to attend the enthronement of Emperor Go-Mizuno. During his stay in Kyoto, Ieyasu initiated renovations to the imperial court and compelled remaining Western daimyo to pledge allegiance to him. I imagine at this point that it probably wouldn't have been a hard sell. In 1613, he formulated the Kuge Shohato, that's the rules for court nobles, placing court daimyo under strict supervision and reducing their authority to mere ceremonial roles. Subsequently, in 1615, Ieyasu established the laws for the military houses, delineating the governance structure of the Tokugawa regime. In his capacity as Ogosho, that's the retired shogun, Ieyasu managed diplomatic relations with European powers, such as the Netherlands, Spain, and England. From 1609 onwards, he began distancing Japan from European influence, although the Dutch East India Company retained trading privileges and a trading post under his regime. Throughout this period, Ieyasu frequently sought counsel from William Adams, an English shipwright and pilot fluent in Japanese. Adams played a key role in negotiating trade agreements, but his presence was contested by rival Catholic factions, including Jesuits and Spanish missionaries, who viewed him as an impediment to Catholic influence in Japan. And if you're wondering how the Catholics were treated in Japan, well, I recently made a video about that too. Efforts to restrict the influence of Christian missionaries intensified during Ieyasu's rule. In 1614, he issued a Christian expulsion edict, banning the practice of Christianity and expelling foreign missionaries, citing concerns about Spanish territorial ambitions and the potential for invasion. This edict marked the end of open Christian activities in Japan until around the late 19th century, prompted in part by the Okamoto Daihachi incident, a case of fraud involving a Catholic vassal of Ieyasu. It didn't help that the Catholics were organizing militias as well. That didn't look very good. The last significant challenge to Ieyasu's authority came from Toyotomi Hideyoshi, the son and heir of Toyotomi Hideyoshi. Hideyoshi, residing in Osaka Castle, which is beautiful by the way, you should go there, became a focal point for samurai opposed to Ieyasu's rule, rallying around the belief that Hideyoshi was the legitimate ruler of Japan. In 1614, tensions escalated when Ieyasu took issue with the opening ceremony of a temple that was sponsored by Hideyoshi, interpreting it as a veiled wish for his demise and the downfall of the Tokugawa clan. He then demanded Hideyoshi to vacate the Osaka castle, but the occupants resisted and called upon samurai to their defense. Consequently, Tokugawa's forces, led by Ieyasu himself and his son Hidetada, initiated a siege of Osaka Castle, known as the Winter Siege of Osaka. Despite initial resistance, negotiations ensued, and an armistice was reached after threats against Hideyori's mother. Not cool. Forced concessions from defenders. Yeah, I don't know, you don't go after a guy's mum. That is just bad form, isn't it? Sorry to break character, but that is bad form. However, upon the conclusion of the treaty, Tokugawa forces filled the castle's outer moats with sand, enabling them to gain land through deception that they could not seize through combat. In the following year, Ieyasu launched another assault on Osaka Castle, known as the Summer Siege of Osaka, to eliminate Hideyori's remaining stronghold. The siege culminated in 1615 with the fall of Osaka Castle and the demise of nearly all of its defenders, including Hideyori, Yorodono, his mother, and their infant son. Despite pleas for mercy from Hideyori's wife, Senhime, who was also Ieyasu's granddaughter. Ieyasu refused to spare their lives. With the Toyotomi line extinguished, Ieyasu solidified the Tokugawa clan's dominance over Japan, and every single last remaining threat to his rule was simply gone. Sit back and relax. Today we learn all about Yukio Mishima, one of the most fascinating figures in modern Japanese history. He was born in 1925 as Kimitake Hiraoka in Tokyo, Japan, known for his avant-garde approach and provocative themes in his literature, and quite an extensive body of work too, including the Sea of Fertility tetralogy, regarded as his magnum opus, which delves into the themes of life, rebirth, and modern Japanese history at a very turbulent post-war time. Now, his novel, Confessions of a Mask, reflects more about his personal struggles with identity and sexuality, showcasing his flair for blending existential and aesthetic inquiries with a classical yet vividly intense writing style. But you see, Mishima's life was as dramatic as his fiction. Later in his life he formed the Tatenokai, a private militia, reflecting his disdain for modern materialism and his admiration for a return to the old values of samurai and bushido. And thus, his life ended in a highly publicized ritual seppuku in 1970, following a failed coup attempt, marking his final act as both a political and artistic statement. Well, today we're going to go all the way from his birth to his death in the greatest amount of detail possible. Of course, if you're new to the channel and you like this sort of stuff, well, you better subscribe, because that means you'll get more of what you like. And leave your thoughts in the comments. You know it's good for the engagement. It does wonders. But first, let's start. And of course, we start on the note of his birth. January 14th, 1925. We find ourselves in Tokyo, where he is born with the name Kimitake Hiraoka. So what about his family? I will remind you that the name Hiraoka is the family name, but sometimes we'll be using them interchangeably. So his father, Asusa Hiraoka, was a government official, while his mother, Shizue, came from a family of scholars, and her father, Kenzo Hashi, was a noted expert in Chinese classics. Remember, with those surnames, usually in Japanese, well, always in Japanese, they come first. So really we should be saying Mishima Yukio, but we do not refer to him in that way usually in English contexts, so we will be sticking with the English naming conventions for the most part of the video, unless otherwise stated. Now, Mishima's early years were dominated by his grandmother, Natsuko, who exerted a significant influence on his upbringing. Now, Natsuko had quite an aristocratic background and isolated young Mishima from his immediate family, shielding him from the sun, sports, and even his male peers. She instilled in him an early sense of this old-world refinement, but her volatile temperament also influenced his future work, you see, particularly his fascination with violence and death. Thus, He spent much of his childhood in a solitary environment, often playing with his female cousins and their dolls, until the age of 12, where he returned to live with his parents. And this was a dramatic shift in his upbringing. You see, his father, Azusa, imposed a strict and military-like discipline. After all, this was the days of wartime Japan. Fearing, of course, Natsuko's influence had made his son too delicate, he was definitely trying to instill some discipline, perhaps making up for some lost time. Either way, this was definitely a drastic turning point for young Yukio. But he was especially concerned about the young Yukio's interest in literature, and often attempted to suppress his creative pursuits. And there were even instances of his father destroying his writings, often right in front of him, kind of making a statement, putting the foot down. But despite his efforts, his passion for writing persisted, thanks in large part to the support of his mother, who would in secret encourage him. Now, of course, this had to be done in secret, because the father was a little bit too much of a stuffed shirt to allow for artistic pursuits. And he was resolute in his intention to rear Yukio as this strong, military man, pretty much just trying to make him exactly what he was. And the image of his son cradling a charming cat and affectionately stroking it on his lap appeared to him to be this effeminate and vexatious behavior. Subsequently, the pet cat had to go. And Yukio's dad, let's just say, discarded it. Well, they didn't last too long. Yukio promptly acquired another cat, and tended to it in the same manner as the previous one, doting upon it, as any young lad would. But subsequent to this, Azusa incorporated iron powder into the cat's food in an attempt to kill it. Unfortunately, it didn't work very well. Contrary to his expectation, the cat actually exhibited even more increased vitality. Disappointing for Azusa, of course. Now, rewinding back a little bit. At the age of 6, Yukio was admitted to the prestigious Gakushuin, also known as the Peers School in Tokyo. When I say prestigious, I mean it. This institution, founded during the Meiji era, was established to educate the imperial family and the descendants of Japan's former feudal aristocracy. So this wasn't like a normal public school. This was the rich people's school. And it was here that Mishima began to develop his interest in literature. He even wrote his first stories at the age of 12. His early literary influences included not just Japanese mythologies like Kojiki, but also works by Europeans such as Nietzsche and Oscar Wilde. And what 12-year-old boy is reading Nietzsche? That's definitely impressive. But he also studied German and became immersed in the writings of Japanese poets and novelists like Shizuo Ito and Haruo Sato. Of course, studying German was pretty common because they were allied with the Germans then during the war. Now, by the time Mishima completed 6 years at Gakushuin, he had achieved the distinction of becoming the youngest member ever of the editorial board of the school's literary society. In 1941, at just 16 years old, he was asked to contribute a short story to a magazine called the Hojinkai Zashi. Zashi is the word for magazine in Japanese, if my memory is correct. Now, he wrote a work called Forest in Full Bloom, Hanazakari no Mori, a tale where the protagonist feels a deep connection with his ancestors. Think about this, we have a story filled with metaphors and aphorisms that would later become the hallmark of his style. Now, his teacher, Fumio Shimizu, was so impressed with the piece that he presented it to the editorial board of the prominent literary magazine Bunge Bunka. Now, the board was equally impressed by it too, hailing Mishima as a kind of prodigy. Thus, once again, it was published in their magazine, but this magazine was a little bit more prestigious. Unfortunately, due to the paper shortages, it was wartime, the story was released as a limited edition book only in 1944, with only 4,000 copies printed. Well, Mishima, anticipating his own death in the war, had intended the publication as kind of a memento mori, a last work. Of course, the war didn't last for too much longer. Now, of course, there was an issue. His dad. And to shield him from possible repercussions from him, Shimizu and the other editorial board members devised the pseudonym Yukio Mishima. Remember that he was not born under this name. They boarded Mishima at Mishima Station, which Shimizu and fellow Bunge Bunka board member Hasuda Zenmei traversed en route to the editorial meeting in Shizuoka. Now, the name Yukio derives from Yuki, which is the Japanese term for snow, inspired by the snow observed on Mount Fuji as the train traversed the landscape. In the publication, Hasuda lauded Mishima's brilliance as follows: "This youthful author is a heaven-sent child of eternal Japanese history. He is much younger than we are, but has arrived on the scene, already quite mature." Now that's a pretty good review, isn't it? In late 1941, Mishima composed an article in his notebook regarding his profound dedication to Shinto, entitled The Way of the Gods, Kanagara no Michi. Mishima's narrative, The Cigarette, was released in 1946, and it recounts a affection experienced during his schooling, and the ridicule he faced from members of the Rugby Union Club due to his affiliation with the Literary Society. Apparently the boys at the rugby club didn't appreciate the literature nerds. On another narrative from 1954, The Boy Who Wrote Poetry, was also derived from Mishima's recollections of his experience at the Gakushuin Junior High School. But we're not going to jump that far forward. We're staying back in September of 1944, when Mishima graduated from the Gakushuin High School as the valedictorian and served as the graduation representative. In fact, the graduation ceremony was attended by Emperor Hirohito himself, after which Mishima got a silver watch from the emperor at the Imperial Household Ministry. Now that is something to write home about. I'm sure his father wasn't complaining too much about that, wasn't he? Now, on the 27th of April, 1944, Mishima got a draft notice for the Imperial Japanese Army and narrowly passed his conscription examination for the 16th of May 1944 with a less than favorable rating of second-class conscript. When doing his medical examination on Convocation Day, 10th of February 1945, he presented himself with a cold which led the young army doctor to give a erroneous diagnosis of tuberculosis, which is quite frightening. That's one of those ones that you do not want to get, and subsequently deemed him unfit for service, sending him home. Bit of a lucky break, though, I think. Now, scholars contend that his inability to attain a first-class rating on the conscription examination, which is designated for the most physically fit recruits, coupled with the illness that resulted in his incorrect classification as unfit for duty, fostered an inferiority complex regarding his frail physique, ultimately culminating in his fixation upon bodybuilding and fitness. Kind of a villain origin story of sorts. Now, here's the interesting thing. Before he went and had his ultimately unsuccessful medical examination, he actually wrote a farewell note, and it concluded with the phrase, "Long live the Emperor. His Majesty, the Emperor, Banzai." And he prepared clippings of his hair and nails to be preserved as souvenirs by his parents. Probably could have done without the fingernail clippings, but oh well. Now, the battalion that he was expected to join was deployed to the Philippines, where the majority actually perished. So if he had have went along, well, yeah, he probably would have died too. So it's just the best that he caught that cold. But it does make you wonder, who else was among that battalion that may have had some impact on the world if they were not thrown into the meat grinder? Well, speaking of the war, 15th of August, 1945, it ended. Emperor Hirohito came across the radio waves and announced that Japan had surrendered. Of course, Mishima was profoundly impacted by this and pledged to save Japanese cultural traditions and assist in the reconstruction of Japanese culture following the devastation of the war. We have from his journal, where he writes, "Only by preserving Japanese irrationality will we be able to contribute to world culture 100 years from now." Well, after the war, Mishima's father, Azusa, allowed him to pursue a literary career, though with some reservations. Of course, it's not like he was going to become a soldier now. Well, Azusa preferred that his son actually follow a more bureaucratic path, rather than becoming a professional novelist, and so he urged Mishima to study law instead of literature. Thus, Mishima enrolled in the Faculty of Law at the University of Tokyo, and he graduated in 1947, balancing his academic work during the day with his writing at night. He soon secured a job at the Ministry of the Treasury, seemingly on track for a successful government career, which I'm sure that Dad was very pleased with. However, the toll of this demanding schedule took its toll after just a year, and he was completely exhausted. Mishima had had enough. One can hardly blame him. Finally, Mishima's father consented to his resignation. And after that, with a little bit of money in his pocket too, he was completely free to dedicate himself to literary pursuits. Now, Mishima first came into contact with the renowned author Yasunari Kawabata after learning that Kawabata had praised his work before the end of the war. Unsure of where to seek guidance, in January 1946, Mishima presented Kawabata with the manuscripts of his work The Middle Ages and his earlier work The Cigarette when they were meeting in Kamakura. Now, Kawabata was very impressed by Mishima's talent and disposition, and he recommended his work, leading to the publication of the cigarette in literary journal Humanity, in Japanese Ningen, in June 1946, followed by the publication of the work The Middle Ages in December of that same year. Now, you might not have heard of that work, The Middle Ages. It's not one of his most well-known ones. Well, it was set during the Muromachi period of Japan, and it explores the theme of Shudo, which is man-boy love, featuring Ashikaga Yoshihisa, the 9th Ashikaga shogun, who died at 25, and his father Ashikaga Yoshimasa, grieving the loss. The fictional character Kikuaka, a young lad loved by both Yoshihisa and Yoshimasa, becomes the central figure of the story as he immerses himself in spiritualism, allowing Yoshihisa's spirit to actually inhabit his body, which leads to a rather tragic double life-taking, a very tragic crescendo for the story. But, as with all good stories in the Asian tradition, most of them are tragedies. Chinese too, Korean, Vietnamese. You'll find that they mainly end in these terrible ways. The woman jumping off the cliff at the despair of her lover lost in the war, these sorts of things. Pretty common. Now, in terms of Mishima and Kawabata's relationship, it was primarily a literary collaboration, contrasting with Mishima's brief but impactful encounter with the novelist Osamu Dazai in 1947. Now, Dazai was known for his focus on themes of death and had left a profound impression on Mishima. Kawabata, who supported Mishima's early literary career, took his own life only 18 months after Mishima's death. Now, back to 1946. Mishima began to work on his first full-length novel entitled Thieves, a story about two aristocratic youths drawn to take their own life. Seems to be a theme in Japanese literature, doesn't it? Well, published in 1948, it established Mishima as part of the second generation of post-war writers, firmly in the club of all the big names. Now, in 1949, he published his most known work, Confessions of a Mask, a semi-autobiographical novel about a young man grappling with his desires while hiding behind a mask to meet societal expectations. The novel's popularity propelled Mishima to fame at just 24 years old, and that same year he published an article on Kawabata in modern literature, further solidifying his literary connections. Now, as much as he was a patriot in all sense, he was also passionate about seeing the world. Not a unique attribute, I suppose. But in 1952, he embarked on his journey around the world, which he later recounted in his travelogue, The Cup of Apollo. And during his trip, he visited Greece, a country which had fascinated him since childhood. Now, the journey influenced his novel The Sound of Waves from 1954, inspired by the Greek myth of Daphnis and Chloe. Set on the small Japanese island of Kamishima, which means the island of the gods, Kami being god or deity and Shima being island. The novel tells a simple, heartfelt love story between a fisherman and a female diver. Now, while The Sound of Waves became a bestseller, it was criticized by leftist reviewers for promoting outdated Japanese values, and some accusing Mishima of being a fascist. Not a new thing, isn't it? Maybe they wanted him to write for modern audiences, wherever they may be. Well, either way, criticism is criticism. And reflecting on it, Mishima later remarked, "The traditional community ethics depicted in this novel faced criticism from progressives at the time. However, regardless of the transformations within Japanese society, these ancient ethics persist in the depths of their heart." That's an interesting way of putting it. Now, in 1959, he released a new novel, Kyoko no Lure, which is a story intertwining the lives of 4 young men, each reflecting different facets of Mishima's personality. So you have an actor, a painter, a boxer, and a businessman who is taking these great efforts to hide his nihilism at the new world that he has to operate within. Now, set in 1955 Japan, during its economic boom, at least the pre-Olympic Games economic boom, Mishima explored his own inner nihilism throughout the story. Though it sold 150,000 copies in a mere month, the novel once again faced harsh criticism, and it was actually panned by critics as a failed work. Apparently this was quite a blow to Mishima's confidence. Well, by at least before 1960, the work he was putting out wasn't particularly political in any way. However, during the Anpo protests against Japan's military alliance with the US, Mishima observed that the demonstrators wrote an essay in the Mainichi Shinbun, Mainichi being every day, Shinbun being newspaper, so like the Daily Times basically. It's still running, I believe. This essay criticized leftist groups for manipulating the protests for their agendas. Well, of course, while disliking the US-backed Prime Minister Nobusuke Kishi, Mishima preferred him to the other deceptive ideologues. Well, after all the protests, and there were plenty of them, Mishima wrote Patriotism, praising a nationalist army officer's life-taking following the failed February 26th incident. He also penned the 10th Day Chrysanthemum, commemorating the February 26 revolutionaries. Now, when I say life-taking, you know what I mean. Now, his political interest also influenced a work after the Banquet, 1960, which actually led to a privacy lawsuit. No one likes that. There was also a parody of the No play of Moto Mezuka, in which he wrote The Frolic of the Beasts. Later on in 1965, Mishima composed the play Madame de Sade, which examines the intricate persona of the Marquise de Sade, conventionally seen as a paragon of immorality, through a series of discussions among 6 female characters, including Marquise's spouse, Madame de Sade. Now, at the conclusion of the play, Mishima presents his interpretation of what he regarded as a major enigma of the entire narrative, this being Madame de Sade's unwavering support for her husband during his imprisonment and her abrupt choice to disavow him upon his release. It's definitely worth a read, especially if you have read anything by Marquise de Sade, which I don't know if you have, but if you haven't, perhaps it's better you don't. Now, Mishima was nominated for the Nobel Prize in Literature, not just once, but 5 times, 1963, 4, 5, 7, and 68, and he was one of the youngest nominees in history alongside Rudyard Kipling, and he was favored by numerous foreign magazines too. In 1968, however, his early mentor Kawabata received the Nobel Prize instead, leading Mishima to see that the likelihood of another Japanese author receiving the award in the near future, well, that was probably not likely to happen. It's just the way it is. Well, he was also, at this time, an actor, sort of branching out in his career. He was in a 1960 film by Yasuzo Masamura called Afraid to Die, for which he actually composed and sang the theme song, with words authored by himself and the music by Shichiro Fukuzawa. He acted in films such as Patriotism or The Right of Love and Death, which he directed in 1966. Also Black Lizard, directed by Kinji Fukasaku in 1968, and Hitokiri, directed by Hideo Gosha in 1969. Now, in 1955, to rewind back a little bit, Mishima commenced weight training to address those issues with his frail physique, and he adhered to a rigorous workout schedule 3 times a week for the last 15 years of his life. In his 1968 essay, Sun and Steel, which I do recommend, Mishima lamented the prioritization of the intellect over the physique among intellectuals. He subsequently attained proficiency as a 5th dan in Kendo and a 2nd dan in Batojutsu, and secured 1st dan in Karate. Now, the dans, basically once you get to a black belt in any of these Japanese disciplines, you have 10 dans afterwards. And, well, this is quite difficult to achieve. Most trainers in modern day karate, judo, this sort of thing, they're between 3rd and 5th dan. It's rare to find people above that. Do correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't quite often see anybody getting past 4th or 5th dan. Well, in 1956, he also briefly engaged in boxing, and in the same year he cultivated an interest in UFOs and joined the Japan Flying Saucer Research Association. Of course, in 1954, he developed an affection for Sadako Toyoda, who served as the inspiration for the principal characters in The Sunken Waterfall and The 7 Bridges. Mishima aspired to marry her, although they separated in 1957. Well, after a brief contemplation of marrying another Michiko Shoda, who subsequently wed the Crown Prince Akihito and ascended as Empress Michiko, he married Yoko instead, the progeny of the Japanese painter Yasushi Sugiyama, on the 1st of June 1958, and the couple had 2 children, a daughter named Noriko, born on the 2nd of June 1959, and a boy, Ichiro, born on the 2nd of May 1962. And during the writing of Forbidden Colors, Mishima frequently visited homosexual establishments in Japan, which of course troubled his wife, for obvious reasons. Well, after his death, I'm just thinking of how it troubled her. Of course it would. Well, of course, she denied any semblance of his homosexuality after his death. Of course, well, you don't go to those sorts of places for research. Now, in 1998, the author Jiro Fukushima published a story recounting his 1951 relationship with Mishima, including letters from the novelist. Mishima, of course, his family sued for copyright infringement, and the court ruled that the letters, although practical, conveyed Mishima's feelings and ambitions. Now, in 1963, Mishima's play The Harp of Joy actually caused a dispute within the Bungakuza theatre company, as communist-leaning actors refused to perform it due to its anti-communist themes. This led Mishima to leave the company and form the Neo-Literature Theatre, which later evolved into the Roman Theatre in 1968. In the 1964 Tokyo Olympics, Mishima conducted daily interviews with numerous athletes and authored articles as a newspaper correspondent. He had excitedly anticipated the long-awaited return of the Olympics to Japan following the cancellation of the 1940 Olympics due to Japan's conflict in China. Mishima conveyed his enthusiasm in his report on the opening ceremonies. Now, here was another thing. There was a bit of a rival. Mishima despised one Ryokichi Minobe, a communist, who served as the governor of Tokyo starting in 1967. Prominent figures in the conservative Liberal Democratic Party, such as Takeo Fukuda and Kichi Aichi, were Mishima's superiors during his tenure at the Ministry of Treasury, while Prime Minister Eisaku Sato became acquainted with Mishima due to his wife Hiroko being an admirer of his literary contributions. Now, the LDP, that Liberal Democratic Party officials, approached Mishima to contest the gubernatorial election of Tokyo against Minobe, but Mishima was disinclined to pursue a political career. Now, Mishima actually also had a penchant for manga, particularly admiring the artistic style of Hiroshi Hirata, renowned for his samurai gekka, this kind of also absurdist humor of Fujio Akatsuka's Moretsu Ataro, the creativity of Shigeru Mizuki's Gagaga no Kitaro. If you don't know what manga is, it's the comic books in Japan. I know not everybody knows what that is. Now, Mishima particularly enjoyed perusing the boxing manga in the weekly Shonen magazine on a weekly basis. Now, Weekly Shonen magazine, it's kind of a comic book for boys that has lots of different, smaller stories in it. Now, Shonen means boy, and shoujo means girl. So when you think of Shonen magazines, it's always boy magazines. Now, also back in those days, they had Ultraman and Godzilla. I'm sure you're familiar with at least one of them. And they were his preferred works. And he once likened himself to Godzilla's egg in 1955. Conversely, he had an aversion to narrative comics featuring humanist or cosmopolitan ideas. This was something that he did not like, but he did enjoy science fiction, and he had stated in one of his journals, science fiction will be the inaugural literature to entirely transcend modern humanism. Now that's a review. Now, beginning in 1964, Mishima regularly visited Shimoda on the Izu Peninsula with his family, enjoying local fish with his friend Henry Scott Stokes. Though Mishima typically expressed no hostility toward the US, his mood changed somewhat when he discovered that Scott Stokes was staying up at an inn named Kurofune, Black Ship. Now this is a bit of a problem, because that name, Black Ship, is a reference to Commodore Perry's fleet. If you don't know who Commodore Perry is, that was the man who came and forcibly opened the gates back in the just before the Meiji Restoration, symbolizing their opening to the West. Of course, this is a bit of a problem. Now, while Mishima liked post-war American culture, even visiting Disneyland on his honeymoon, he resented Perry's disruption of Edo-era Japan. Of course, as a nationalist, of course he would resent these kinds of things. Now, speaking of his nationalism, this grew in his later years. In 1966, he released The Voices of the Heroic Dead, criticizing Emperor Hirohito for renouncing his divinity after the Second World War, which he believed dishonored those who had died for their living god. He later co-authored a 1967 statement with fellow writers condemning China's Cultural Revolution, although that received very little attention in Japan. Now, in that same year, Mishima and his wife traveled to India, where he admired Indian resistances to westernization. Of course, do remember that India was a colony under British rule too. Now, discussions with an Indian colonel about China's military strength deepened Mishima's concerns over Japan's defense. His travels in India, Thailand, and Laos inspired parts of his novel, The Temple of Dawn. Now, in 1968, Mishima wrote, "My friend Adolf," I'm not going to say the actual name because I can't, because YouTube does not like it, portraying Adolf and others as vehicles for his views on fascism and aesthetics. He intended the play as a male counterpart to his earlier Madame de Sade, and saw it as an allegory to the political tensions between the Meiji Restoration figures Okubo Toshimichi and Saigo Takamori. Just before we move on, Saigo Takamori was... Have you seen the movie The Last Samurai? I hate to put it that way, but he was essentially the final holdout leading the last samurai clan at the end of that great era. Now, in that same year, he authored Life for Sale, a comedic narrative concerning a man who, after a few unsuccessful attempts to take his own life, offers his life up to the highest bidder. In his assessment of the English translation, the novelist Ian Thompson has characterized it as pulp noir and a sexy camp delight. That's a nice review. While also observing that beneath the hard-boiled dialogue and gangster antics lies a familiar critique of consumerist Japan and a nostalgic longing for the past. Of course, Mishima wasn't liked by everyone. The communists hated him completely. Well, he wasn't trying to make friends with them, but he was despised by the communists who claimed that Hirohito ought to have abdicated to assume responsibility for casualties of the war. Definitely brave words. I'm sure they wouldn't be saying them around Mishima. Now, they also despised him for his vocal dedication to Bushido, samurai code, in his work The Way of the Samurai. Now, his advocacy for the repeal of Article 9 of the Japanese Constitution and his assertion in his critique of the defense of culture regarding the significance of the emperor in Japanese culture was also poorly received. He perceived the post-war period in Japan, characterized by the absence of a poetic culture and eminent artists, as an epic of illusory prosperity. In several critical writings, Mishima contended that the national spirit, nurtured over Japan's extensive history, is essential for national defense, expressing concerns regarding the covert, indirect aggression of the Chinese Communist Party, North Korea, and the Soviet Union. In his critical writings from 1969, he spoke about Japan's precarious and, albeit nuanced, position, as well as its idiosyncrasies in relation to China, the Soviets, and the United States. Here's a little excerpt from those writings. To put it simply, support for the security treaty means agreeing with the United States, and to oppose it means agreeing with the Soviet Union or the Chinese Communists. So after all, it's only just a matter of which foreign country to rely on. And therein the question of what is Japan is completely lacking. If you ask the Japanese, hey you, do you choose America, Soviet Union, or the Chinese Communist Party? If he is a true Japanese, he will withhold his attitude. Now, there were those, of course, who vehemently opposed the US military station in Okinawa, and I will add, quite a few many who still do. I believe there are weekly protests. Well, Mishima wrote about that. They may appear to be nationalistic and right-wingers in the foreign common sense, but in Japan, most of them are in fact left-wingers and communists. And during this time, Mishima persisted in efforts on his magnum opus, The Sea of Fertility, which commenced monthly serialization in September of 1965. The 4 finished novels are Spring Snow, Runaway Horses, The Temple of Dawn, and The Decay of the Angel, which was published posthumously in 1971. So Mishima aspired to compose an extensive novel with fundamentally distinct purpose from Western historical novels of the 20th and 19th centuries, instead of simply narrating a tale of an individual or of a family. Mishima audaciously sought to describe the entirety of the human experience. It's a pretty big job. Well, in the final work, The Decay of the Angel, 4 narratives illustrate the transmigration of the human soul as the protagonist undergoes a succession of reincarnations. Mishima aspired to articulate a concept similar to pantheism throughout the literature. Well, in August of 1966, Mishima visited Omiwa Shrine in Nara Prefecture. Regarded as one of the oldest of the Shinto shrines in Japan, and the birthplace of his master, Zenmei Hasuda, and the region linked to the Shinpuren insurrection, which was a samurai uprising against the Meiji government in 1876. This journey would serve as an impetus for segments of Runaway Horses, the second installment of the tetralogy of the Sea of Fertility. He also conceptualized the reincarnation of the Kiyoaki, the protagonist of his initial novel Spring Snow, as a character named Isao, who risked his life to restore direct imperial governance amidst the League of Blood incident in 1932. And while he was there, he also got himself a nice Japanese sword in Kumamoto, which he spent about 100,000 yen on. Pretty sizable sum of money. Now, from April 12th to May 27th, 1967, Mishima completed basic training with the GSDF, that is the Ground Self-Defense Force. Of course, Japan didn't have an army anymore, it was just titled in this way. Now, Mishima initially advocated for a 6-month training period, but encountered opposition from the Defense Agency. Mishima's training duration was concluded at 46 days, necessitating the utilization of certain connections. His involvement in the training was concealed, however, since the Defense Agency aimed to avoid the perception of preferential treatment, and Mishima sought to experience a more authentic military life. Of course, he didn't train under the name Mishima. He trained rather under his birth name, Kimitake Hiraoka, and was mostly unrecognized by the other guys who were there. Of course, if they recognized him, they might turn into a little bit sycophantic, and we can't have that. Well, this led to the beginning of June 1967, when he emerged as a prominent advocate for the establishment of a 10,000-man Japanese National Guard to serve as a civilian counterpart to Japan's self-defense force. He commenced directing cohorts of ultra-right-wing colleague students to participate in fundamental training with the GSDF, aspiring to prepare 100 commanders to command the National Guard. Now, Mishima, akin to numerous other individuals on the right wing, was particularly disturbed by the riots and revolutionary activities executed by the radical, so-called New Left university students, who seized control of numerous college campuses in Japan during 68 and 69. On the 26th of February, in particular, 1968, the 32nd anniversary of the February 26th incident, he and several other right-wing individuals convened at the editorial offices of the newly established Minzoka Ha monthly magazine Controversy Journal, where they pricked their little fingers and signed an oath in blood, pledging to sacrifice their lives if necessary to avert a left-wing revolution in Japan. Mishima demonstrated his commitment by inscribing his birth name, Kimitake Hiraoka, in his own blood. Well, upon discovering that his initiative for a substantial Japan National Guard, garnering extensive and public backing, did not gain traction, Mishima established the Tatenokai on the 5th of October 1968, a private militia predominantly comprised of right-wing university students committed to safeguarding the Emperor of Japan and national interests. Now, their activities were primarily centered on martial training and physical conditioning, encompassing the traditional kendo and long-distance running, a bit of weightlifting, this sort of thing. Now, Mishima was directly supervising all of this. The initial membership was about 50 individuals, predominantly consisting of students from Waseda University and those associated with the Controversy Journal. The membership of Tatenokai subsequently doubled and rose to 100 members. Several individuals had completed their university education and were hired on, while others were already working adults at the time of their enlistment. On the 25th of November, 1970, Mishima and 4 members of the Tatenokai, Masakatsu Morita, Masahiro Ogawa, Masayoshi Koga, and Hiroyasu Koga, disguised their intentions to visit Kanetoshi Mashita, the commandant of Camp Ichigaya, which was a military installation in central Tokyo and the headquarters of the Eastern Command of the JSDF, Japan Self-Defense Force. Within, they fortified the office and secured the commandant to his chair. Mishima donned a white hachimaki headband featuring the red Hinomaru circle at its center, inscribed with the kanji, "To be reborn 7 times to serve the country." This phrase alluded to the final words of Kusunoki Masasue, the younger sibling of the 14th century imperial loyalist samurai Kusunoki Masashige, as both brothers perished in defense of the emperor. Mishima emerged onto the balcony, equipped with a prepared manifesto and a banner enumerating their demands, to address the soldiers assembled below. His address was to incite a coup d'etat to reinstate the emperor's authority. He merely succeeded in aggregating the soldiers, however, who heckled him, while jeers and the sound of helicopters obscured portions of his remarks. It was not going very well for him. Now, in the address, Mishima criticized the JSDF for their acquiescence to this constitution that denied their own existence, in his word, and he implored them, "Where has the spirit of the samurai gone?" Now, in his concluding written appeal, which Morita and Ogawa disseminated from the balcony, Mishima articulated his discontent with the incomplete nature of the Japan Self-Defense Force. He used these words: "It is self-evident that the United States would not be pleased with a true Japanese volunteer army protecting the land of Japan." Upon concluding his planned speech in a matter of minutes, he added, "Long live the Emperor! Long live His Majesty the Emperor!" He subsequently withdrew to the Commandant's office and expressed his apologies to the Commandant, stating, "We did it to return the JSDF to the Emperor. I had no choice but to do this." Subsequently, Mishima took his own life in a ritual seppuku disembowelment linked to that samurai tradition. Morita was designated to act as Mishima's second, executing the decapitation with a sword at the conclusion of the ritual to alleviate his suffering. Morita, however, was unable to fulfill his duty, and after 3 unsuccessful attempts to decapitate Mishima, Koga intervened to accomplish the task. Testimonies from surviving coup participants revealed that all 4 Tatenokai members initially planned to commit seppuku with Mishima. However, Mishima discouraged them, and 3 complied, except for Morita, who insisted he couldn't let Mishima die alone. Mishima, aware of Morita's relationship and hope for survival, made one last effort to dissuade him, saying that he must live and not perish. After Mishima's seppuku, Morita followed through, and Koga helped. And with that, we end the life of Yukio Mishima. Pretty interesting, wasn't it? Not the most palatable of ends, but I can think of worse ones. We've discussed worse ones on this channel, that's for sure. And before I go, I'm going to thank all my top-tier supporters: Dark, Carey, Kimberly, Ember, Ben, Britt, Charles, Erin, James, Jeffrey, Melissa, Scott, Stark Factory, Wendy, Jaden, Sherry, Jessica, Christine, Sally, Katiana, Christine, Fizarbo, Legitmus, Maverick, and Susan. Thank you all so dearly for supporting, and thank you for watching this far. If you enjoyed it, you know what to do. Good night, everyone. Lots of love to you all.